This is our MO, right?
We are now live, so everything is recorded.
Make this up as we go.
Prior to this point, it was like high school in the 80s, and you could say what you wanted and it vanished, but now it's recorded for all time, always on YouTube.
But we still have.
Oh, I see. Now we have to be careful.
No.
No, because no one watches.
Well, I think we're at that.
Or if they do, they'll probably be on tonight, at least for a few minutes. So, you know.
I think we're all at that point in our lives and careers right now where it's like, whatever.
Pretty much.
I want to get a head tattoo, so.
Nice.
Hello.
What kind of tattoo?
Oh, have you not seen it?
No.
You've watched? Well, hold on. Now I gotta.
It's a dude with a scythe mowing down what's left of his hair.
Can I make one?
Seems like every time I watch you guys, I'm commuting.
This is tattoo. I said
Go, please.
By the end of
What does it say?
It's just a guy with a scythe, reaping the hair. But sadly, we did not get to 500. So unless we get 127 tonight, Isaac is here.
That's
I'm
awesome.
here. Yeah, maybe you'll get 100 subs tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, we need 127 for that tattoo.
Who's got the baby?
Me.
Hey. You gonna put him on? Let him say hi?
Hang on. I'm trying to see if I can get my headphones to work, but I guess it's not gonna work.
So I just want to let the authors among us know that Maddie,
Hey, little man.
Dragon Lady, she reviewed my book, and I sold 56 copies of Haley Traveler this month. So she's on Instagram. Well, she's on Instagram, so be friends with her. Send her a copy of your books.
Who are we being friends with, Mike?
Maddie, the Emerald Dragon Lady. Wave to her kid again if he comes on.
He's kind of hiding behind me now. He's there.
Having a small child like that reminds me of a what was it? A George Carlin bit. It says, "You ever want to have fun with a small child? Whenever you're around him, talk wrong."
Mm-hmm. That is fun.
He grows up saying, "Man, mumble dog face in a banana patch." What the hell's wrong with that kid?
So I've got you on the side in my kitchen here because I'm making fry bread. So.
Nice.
Nice. What time is dinner?
Probably in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, I don't think I can make it to Arizona in time.
I was like, is everybody actually on the stage tonight, Mike? Is that the deal?
I begged and pleaded to many people, so.
And they all showed up?
And well, not all of them. There's still more.
I feel like we should have booze or something being New Year's Eve.
And then and Bo was, hey, do you need more? I'll put it in the SFFI, whatever. And I was like, no, please.
Oh,
no.
man, we'll get a lot of people then.
Is there a max, or you can just keep having people?
So we got a limit of 10, I believe, we can have on the show. So.
All right.
You could do like a Squid Game thing where we're killed off and new people come on. That'd be entertaining.
The thing that we don't agree with.
Or you can kick somebody off by buying their book.
But I don't have a book yet.
Pre-ordering a book.
Do the ball dome.
You can kick anybody off then. And
If you lose the ball dome, you get kicked out.
Ooh. Yeah, Mike, I would like a way to lose Bald Dome.
You tell the story, so you can always do it.
No, leave it alone, Pieces. Stick to your
I mean,
hand.
somebody died
Poppy.
a few weeks ago. I don't remember who it was, though.
Homebodies is a much nicer way of saying friendless. Thank you for that.
Here, you want that? There you go.
So, clearly nobody's doing anything fun tonight. But
Isn't this
Well, I'm
fun?
covered in flour.
You what?
I'm covered in flour from frying.
Well, Emerald Dragon Lady's frying, so that's always very fun.
Well, and I worked today and tomorrow, so.
That can be fun depending on the work.
I love my work. It's okay.
I love my work. Wow. That'd be cool.
So
Wake up in the morning and say, I get to go to work today.
pretty much. But when when you play with horses all day, who really cares, right?
Oh, wow.
Ah, horses.
See, going to work's okay.
When I was on a farm, our family had a farm a while back. The horses did not like me. I don't know why.
Do you
They would always-
smoke?
No. I would get on the
They
horse.
don't like the smell of smoke.
Okay. No
Do
smokers
you eat
on
a
our
lot of
farm.
meat?
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't like the smell of it either.
but so did
I was gonna say,
everybody
are you a
else.
troublemaker?
Not me. I'm a vegetarian and I don't drink and don't smoke, and they love me.
There you go.
Maybe they see you as potential food.
No, I'm still their alpha. I mean, it's still me. But yeah, I mean, they're not afraid of me. That's for sure. I mean, they respect me, but they're not afraid of me. That's the line you want to draw.
That's good.
Poppy, I'm curious. Cows are like some of the dumbest animals ever. I mean, they're nice and everything. But
They're beautiful. They're
Having worked
beautiful.
around them a little bit when I was younger
Delicious.
for a summer, they're just really kind of stupid.
Though I liked how the mothers would style the hair of their children. All of our cows had mohawks, the younger ones, all the time, because the mother would be licking their face.
No, they're not.
Alfalfa was the secret. That's right. Yep.
They're delicious, big, giant doggies.
Yes, they were.
Okay, well, while we're on food, then let's go around. Everybody, tell what is the oddest but best thing you've ever eaten?
Ooh, okay.
You said the honest but best?
Not honest. I don't care if it's honest or not. Oddest.
Oh, the oddest. Oh, okay.
I had a gator patty.
What'd you think of that?
How was that produced? Did that?
I don't know how. I went to a restaurant on the coast in Texas, and I think it was Al's Gator Shack or something like that.
Okay.
And they had gator burgers, and it tastes like an interesting mix between chicken and beef.
Sounds hearty. There's a lot of protein in gator meat.
Yes, and it's very lean. I'd say it leans more towards the chicken than anything else in flavor.
Interesting.
Mike?
I think
So when I took my nephew to Iceland, we had caribou burger with lobster.
Oh,
It
What kind of
cost $60 per sandwich. And
Whoa.
So, well, food in Iceland is ungodly expensive, especially if you want vegetables, because don't really grow well there.
Yeah. Caribou.
But they had put so much pepper on it that all I tasted was pepper. So I cannot recommend.
was it a fun meal at least?
Oh yeah, I was tormenting my nephew. I kept telling him, I was like, "Look, this place offers puffin and blue whale. I'm going to order both."
Ew.
He's like, "No, you can't eat blue whales. They're endangered, and puffins are cute." And the whole trip was like, "Puffin and blue whale tonight. Can't wait."
Oh, you're terrible.
Did you have it?
You pay the bill?
Do
Did
what?
you try it?
No. 10 days in a row I told him that, and he never figured out I was just joking, because every time I got to say, "No!" He's a doctor now. If that doesn't scare you, I don't know what will.
Well, puffin would just be like a chicken or a duck. I think whale would be melting your mouth fat, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I never tried them, but like I said, that's the fun I always had with him, is you could tell him the same thing every day, and he'd always react like it was true, and never got the idea that I was just tormenting him. Both my nephews are that way. So
Don't
I
you,
get to go
Tim?
to Iceland next year, so I'll keep that in mind when I go there.
just budget for expensive food. Everything else is beautiful, but
Well, unless it's being covered by lava. But,
Yeah. But that's
I dig
kind
lava.
of
I'm
fun.
okay with that.
Lava's fun.
it can be from a distance, yeah.
Yeah, from a certain
I'm
point
gonna
of view.
repel into a dormant volcano when I'm there.
I did that.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I did that.
I still want to do that.
And actually, we met a volcanologist from Estonia there, of all things.
Wow.
Mm.
the dormant volcano, and she just like, see that the yellow, that's sulfur. See that, and she just could tell us all the minerals.
That's crazy cool.
Oh, I thought
My
volcanologist
nephew's
was a
like-
Star Trek thing.
I know, right?
I was waiting for that.
That is the first thing I thought. Yeah, not gonna lie.
So yeah, my nephew's like, will she ever stop? I'm like, shut up, this is brilliant.
This
So-
is cool. Did she ask you when you were going to serve the blue whale?
There's Laura. So we know this will be one of our best watched shows because Laura's involved. All of our best watched shows have Laura in them.
Do all of us in here count for the numbers that are watching it?
Probably.
I hope so.
Man,
Yes,
that's great.
yes.
We should do this.
I am.
every
I
time.
am watching it. Yeah.
But how many do we need to get for the tattoo?
So many more.
So many more. Well, that sucks.
It was 500, right?
There's 500. We're at 374, I think. So we've also got 299 subscribers this year. So one more and we'll hit 300 for the year, people. We got a few hours left.
Oh wow.
Wow.
You didn't
Yeah,
make it
You'll hit. You'll hit that. Yeah.
We got to try some like racy content. This is
Mm.
a last-ditch effort, you know.
I don't know with Mike and I as hosts if you want racy content. I don't think that would be a selling point.
I have a mannequin behind me here. We can.
I have resisted making horrible comments about that in the way of sex doll for months. Until just
That thing freaks me out.
yeah, right. Thank you.
I don't like it either.
It's going to come alive and we're going to watch it like put a hatchet in your head. It's going to be awful.
It doesn't bother me. I think it's great.
If it did come to life, if it did come to life and kill Mike, I think it'll get your subscribers really quick.
There's that, but I don't want that.
People love YouTube
With our
mysteries.
luck, it'll be just after the show ends, and he won't get it on tape. It won't be recorded.
What you need is someone who is dressed like, not dressed alike, but also
Oh.
like the mannequin. So that way, just randomly during channels, things move as a signal that it's coming for you.
So find the guy who was the face model for that mannequin mold.
Yeah.
So
Like
I
the
do have
weeping
something.
angels with mannequins. Yeah.
I do have something a bit racy for you all.
Oh god.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
Wearing a Christmas present from my brother, who said, "You'll never wear this in public." I'm so happy I found this.
I can't
Yes.
read it. What does it say?
What a body like this, who needs hair?
No.
I approve. I approve.
Yeah, he kept saying I'd never wear it, and I was like, "You're an idiot. You've known me for 54 years. You don't know me any better than that."
Oh, brothers, what are you gonna do?
I know. I tried to get rid of him. I moved to a different state.
I did the same thing, and mine followed.
Oh,
I was like, "What are you doing?"
but Laura, you moved to Ohio. People followed you to Ohio?
Yeah, I moved a couple
Why?
times across the state and country, and they followed.
Now, see, I think you made a terrible mistake because I went to New Mexico last year, and I don't know why you'd ever leave New Mexico. It is beautiful.
It is gorgeous. I cannot deny that. Doing the whole skiing out there, it's a trip. I used to do fishing and hunting, camping all the time, backpacking. I mean, it's cool.
Oh, camping. Yeah, great there.
Yeah. Especially in New Mexico because it doesn't rain that much. It's like you don't have to check the weather.
Right.
Hi, Dave.
I want to hear the rest of the funky foods.
Oh,
Oh,
who would leave off on?
I
Tim.
Caribou. Tim.
I think he was next.
Damn, I actually don't. I'm very cautious with what I eat, so I don't have a very good story here. But I guess that I had a lot of financial troubles like 5-6 years back, and I lived off of Walgreens hot dogs.
Mm.
So that's probably the riskiest thing I've ever ate.
You
That's
know what,
legitimately
though?
risky.
That honestly is.
Well, I mean, you give them $1 and you get like 12 hot dogs. So I mean, it got the job done.
I think hot dogs.
Population went down.
Poppy wants to join as well, Mike.
Yes, if you go up the first comment, I put the link. If you want to be on, just scroll up there, find it, copy, paste, and come join us.
Also,
Isaac, did you answer that question?
The copy paste question?
The food question.
The food question. Okay. Weirdest, oddest thing I ever had was New Year's Eve, I think.
Very topical.
Yeah, it was New Year's Eve in Mexico. I was on a trip with some people, and we're staying with some people down there, and like we had the traditional New Year's Mexican dish, the menudo. Like, you want some menudo? I'm like, yeah, I'll have some menudo. Everyone's like, no menudo. No menudo for me. I was the only one who had it. So I'm eating it, and like, it's kind of chewy, kind of really greasy. And then the guy leading the trip is like, do you know what menudo is? Do you know what that is? Like, no. It's cow intestines.
Ew.
You're eating a bowl of cow intestines. Like,
Nice.
and then I could taste it.
Has anyone of you ever had haggis?
I haven't had haggis.
He had like the raw version of haggis, I think.
Yeah, it was boiled. It was boiled.
Ugh,
Oh, that's gross, man.
Hey, Dave.
that's very gross.
Love it.
I'm so blind I can't see you. Oh, there we are.
So this is kind of wrong to ask Miss Emerald, but you know, while she's cooking.
Yeah.
But what's the weirdest thing you've or fed your kids? That'd probably be better for you.
Yeah.
Oh, weirdest thing I fed my kid. I haven't done that yet to my kids, but my mother did it to some kids we were babysitting when I was growing up. We raised for food, and these kids could not fathom that you actually could eat rabbits, and they said, "We are never eating that." And lo and behold, they didn't realize until we were moving down to Arizona, and they were coming to say goodbyes, and they just said, "Hey, you know that barbecue chicken that you had?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they're like, "That's a rabbit." And they're like, "No, you didn't." And the only other weird thing I can say is that my dad fed a bunch of my guy friends rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake.
Yep.
I've done that.
We were at a church function, and there was a rattlesnake hidden in the brush, and a little baby was walking over there and almost got bit by it. And my dad and a couple of the other men went and killed it, and then gutted it and tossed it on the grill.
I guess that's pretty good revenge.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's not like they could actually relocate it, because it is actually illegal to kill them. So.
David admits to eating souls live on stream.
Laura, how about you? You've been patiently waiting.
I'm trying to think what you guys consider odd, because I've done ostrich, I've done alligator.
It's odd.
Rattlesnake was up there, I mean, in New Mexico. I've done rabbits, that's normal. Escargot.
I would say I've done gator.
I
Yeah,
didn't know you could eat alligators.
I looked
Yeah.
into
Yeah, you can eat anything actually if you cook it long
Right,
enough.
gator, it's not bad.
I still want to try lionfish. That is actually one thing I want to try, because I've heard
Lionfish.
Wow.
Whoever's trying to get on right now, we are at max capacity. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I heard there were hats, so I got mine.
Yeah. I wore my hat.
Do a vote for who has the best hat today. I mean,
I think Dave's in the running. I thought he was Batman until he moved his head.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was Batman.
I think Poppy probably wins with that hat.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Poppy, did you make that hat yourself?
No.
Okay, then you don't win. Because I think Dave made his own.
There, so that's not.
Yeah, no, I can't claim that.
Well, now you have two hats, so I think then you win.
I have more than that.
I think Poppy wins then for the hat contest.
Sorry.
I can barely see any of you. This is on my phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're all little bleeps.
Gonna be weed on there. Joe, welcome in.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Happy New Year.
Hello.
Honest
Happy
food.
New Year, Joe.
so Joe, how many are you publishing in 2025?
In 2025, I should have 2.
Okay.
Nice.
We're
I
holding.
should have 2. 7 and 8 of the hybrid helix. It's possible I'll throw something else in there, but I wouldn't count on it. That's the plan. I'm writing 7 now. So,
Wow. Well, if
And
you
then I
wrote
did-
just 3, you could probably get 3 done.
Yeah, but I have 2 covers lined up, and so if I try to get 3, then I need covers and I need another editing slot.
Oh, I get you. You
Things
have your
just get
pipeline.
Yeah, I've got a pipeline. So I got Chris to agree to 2 covers this year. So I'm like, all right. So I got 2 covers, and then I got my graphic design guy. He'll do whatever. And then I got a slot for the first book. What I do is I book it with my editor before I start writing the book, and that's what motivates me to write it.
Okay.
Which is a terrible, terrible plan. No one should do that. But
But it works
What
for
I'm
you.
hearing is change everything about my entire process and do it that way now.
I was gonna say, the last few times I've written based off cover to the novel, and it's been a lot easier.
Yeah.
See, I put in my December newsletter that I finished Haley 2, the first draft, and I was, 8 chapters away from being finished. So I figured, well, I have until the end of the month, so I have 1 chapter left to write. And so to self-sabotage myself, I said, I know, let's have a live tonight.
For what it's worth, I'm also procrastinating. So
I've done nothing today. This
We're
stream
providing a
didn't change
service. That's great.
Oh, so I got to tell you all, Corey Ratliff had said how he'd love to be on Creature Creation that we do. And I'm like, you know what? I've been writing this thing. I've dropped the ball. I have no one else but you for the show that's supposed to be in early January. Do you have any idea who you'd want to be on? That's who he tells me. Philip C. Quantrell, Philip Ch. and Ryan Cahill.
you think big, right?
So what I'm hearing is like those are kind of mid-level guys. We go
Yeah,
Tim
the
and
mid-level.
Cole, we're getting the big hitters.
So, if you all get a email from me here soon, that's because the others fell through and I needed somebody even better.
Yeah.
I
Philip
don't even have anything
Contrell.
published yet, so I'm not sure I can.
Well, what are you waiting on? Sinna,
Yeah,
what are you waiting on? What's the holdup? Come
I'm
on now.
working on it. It's that whole horse thing, I work like 60 hours a week.
That makes it harder.
I'm working on it. I'm hoping to have the one story I'm working on. I want to go to Worldcon,
Nice.
and I would love to take copies of it with me and just play. So that's the plan. We'll see if it happens.
You should get a trench coat. You open up and you have all the books in the sleeve or whatever.
Right? I would totally cosplay my character. There's no doubt. I'm a cosplayer. I would cosplay any character I have. That'd be half the fun.
You can't wander a con in a trench coat and flash people randomly. Trust me, this is not. It's not. Your experience will not end well. Just take my word for it, and don't ask how I'm so confident.
Joe's time in Edinburgh ended, or was it Glasgow?
I was not in Glasgow. I really wanted to go. I was at Dragon Con though, but I'll be at Worldcon this year. I'm really looking forward to that.
I have to get my
Who else
ticket.
is going to Worldcon?
I'll be there.
Nice. Let's
Yay.
meet Mike in person
I
for the
think
first
you guys
time.
should come to Tucson Festival of Books because then I can actually see you all. Other
Oh,
than
when is
just on the
that?
street.
Hey, what's
Let
your
me-
address,
I
Maddie?
live nearby.
Let me map that drive out. See what it's going to take.
Getting to Tucson
It
would be a
happens
lot
every
easier than
March.
getting to Seattle.
I
Every
have to
March.
start driving now.
What is it called? Tucson what?
Tucson Festival of Books. It's a huge book festival that they do for like 2 days in March, and it's every year. And I'm following them on Instagram. I don't know what the stipulations are for you to go. I think I know one of them is that you have to have a book publishing that year,
Okay.
but I am not sure.
So,
cool.
quick question. Tucson in March, is it only like 95 degrees then?
90 degrees, yeah.
Oh man.
I think Gabino Iglesias goes to that. I want to say he posted that last year. I
Is
don't know
it
if
a
anybody
fun
needs
90
Davina. Does
degrees
anybody
or
have
a
Davina?
bad 90 degrees?
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Oh,
Happy New Year.
that's cute.
What is a good 90 degrees? I'm very curious.
A good 90 degrees is one that's after a monsoon season.
Yeah, because
And
then you
it's
got
not as
that.
moist and it's not as like dry heat.
And there's
Or when it
constant
cools-
airflow too. That's the other key thing.
when it cools
Because
down.
here in Miami, 90 is really, really nice. You got that ocean breeze coming in. It's great.
Okay, so I wonder if I can do this.
Anytime I go to the Caribbean, even though it's like mid 90s, upper 90s, we just have so much airflow going on. You don't even realize it's that hot.
Yeah, it's great.
I was going to try and show you, but I'm not because it's not going to let me flip the camera on. I'm going to say Happy New Year and goodbye because it's time for me to eat with my friends and my family, and then we're going to play
Aw.
music. So, and you guys will be done by the time I can pop back on.
Okay.
Have
Happy
fun.
New Year!
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Enjoy.
Happy New Year.
And for those who just came on, Maddie put out on Instagram that she liked my book, The Haley Traveler, and I've sold like 55 ebooks this month. And
Nice.
I have a reason why, so I think she was at least part of it.
Haley
Nice.
Travelers is excellent. It really was a great book.
I
So-
really enjoyed Haley a lot. So to hear that you're almost done with the draft of book 2 makes me 2025 is going to be a lot better.
So I'm hoping for Haley 2 and 3 to come out next year.
Oh, that's great.
At the
Mike,
risk
you
of
still in
inflating
the
my
sci-fi
ego,
competition?
I went into Haley 1 with a little trepidation. But by the end of it, I was on board.
Oh, even when you got to read chapter 18 and 19?
That made it worth the journey. I had to take a shower though. But,
Have you bought grapes since then?
Ugh.
Everybody's going, what? Now you gotta read it.
Oh, look at all the dogs.
Puppies.
This is my very expensive dog right here.
Expensive because he costs money or expensive because he eats things?
Expensive because she chased a cat, fell, started limping, ended up swelling, had an abscess. I had to take her to the emergency vet the Sunday before Christmas and then get that lanced, and then she went on a journey to Arkansas with us to visit my wife's family and was drugged out the whole time and is finally starting to improve a little bit.
Hey.
Hello.
I have not read your book yet, but you're one of the many authors who I call because I'm very good at buying things.
Yes.
So what small town are you in, Red?
That's the name of his book, Small Town Problems.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I mean, no, I really didn't. I'm not trying to be snarky.
That was a great segue.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not in too small of a town. Dave knows. I actually live where his parents live. But yeah, it's based in the middle of Oklahoma. Little small farm, just a mythical small farm town. We're in alien lands.
So I'm a little jealous of you, Chris, because you've at least got a review from the science fiction competition, correct?
I do.
I have heard nothing, and I'm just waiting for the axe to fall.
Well, they already released their semifinalists for our group.
Oof.
Yeah, I just randomly saw that, back on early November, I think.
Spacefic is very hit or miss with that. Like lots of the teams are not particularly vocal about their process. You don't hear a lot of updates, and Spiffville tends to do better. I think it's because it's a bigger contest, and the people they get pinged more often, and they get more buzz around everything that every announcement. So it's significantly different because I've been in both, and it's not an equal level of exposure. Sphinx has the best contest name because the winner we get to call the Sphincter.
Oh my
Sphinx has
gosh.
the best judges. The people who judge Sphinx, they are just better than
They're
everything.
also the sphincters, or
No, I'll accept that.
yes.
I've been waiting for someone to make that joke.
That's why I'm here.
I'm like, please, somebody say it.
That's why I'm here.
You could have jumped in with it, Poppy. There's nothing stopping you.
Yeah, you could have.
By the way, Joe, my husband started reading Helix, and he was like,
Oh,
"Have you?"
That's
He keeps
awesome.
looking at me. He's like, "Have you actually read this with all his jokes?" I'm like, "Mm-hmm."
every once in a while, someone will read like all 5 in like 2 weeks, or also I guess now it could be 6, and I'm like that. I'm not sure that's safe. That's a lot of puns in a short period of time. Like,
I love doing
Like,
puns, and he
okay.
doesn't, so I didn't warn him.
okay.
But no, he's very much enjoying it and everything.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Joe, when is the updated Return of the Griffin coming out? 'Cause
I'm supposed to
waiting.
get. I'm supposed to get it back from my copy editor. Like I think she said 1 more week, something like that. And once it comes back to me, I have the new cover already. So it's going to be like another just a few days to do one last read through and put it out. So I would expect it in the next 2 weeks,
All right.
most likely in time. Hopefully in time for my birthday. I turned 54 in 10 days. So that's my goal. Thank you. I'm an old man now. I was an old man before. But,
I just need
Oh,
the
yeah.
audiobooks.
so I have good and terrible news with that. So I finally got in touch with Wayne because he's like doing like commercial aviation somewhere in the Middle East, and he's like often like unreachable for weeks at a time because he doesn't have communication. And he's going back to full-time narration, but at the end of 2025. He's like, I should be ready to start working on it in October. I'm like, dude, that's great, but that is not what I wanted to hear from you. So I think I'm going to line him up to do like the next 5 straight.
Well, I'll buy them in an order. I'll buy them all at once.
Yeah, I can send you copies. You don't have to buy anything, but
No,
that's
I'll buy
fine.
them.
Okay.
I'll buy them. It's not that
But
I'm
I'm-
rich, but I feel like I
well.
need to support you guys, and I'll pay the money.
So I'm probably going to wait for him because he did such a good job on the first book. Even though it's another 10 months, I don't want to try to change a narrator and break someone else in, and he's just so good. So it's not what I wanted, but
The way he
At
does
least
the
he's back.
Ursins, like that's just it's
Mhm.
top tier.
yeah, the fun part is the notes I have to give him, right? I'm like, they have bad Russian accent. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, like do a Russian accent, but not a good one. Like you're a bad actor, like a CW show. He's like, okay. But that's how I wrote them. I was channeling this one character from Arrow, who's this like guy with this bad Russian accent. And that's what I hear in my head when I write the characters. So he did a great job.
There's a guy on CW with a good Russian accent.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're all bad. That was like, it's like they didn't hire like a quality actor who can do a legit Russian accent. They hired like some, so it's over the top, and but that's what I imagine when I write the dialogue.
Well, that's what the people like. We're not going to look.
It's true.
I can't tell on those shows if the writers are really, really bad or super, really good. Right? I mean, are they doing it ironically? Or they really know what they're about, or is this their first job?
I think they don't care.
No.
He said, listen, guys, this is CW. Let's get a Russian guy and call it a day.
Yeah.
Basically, you just need someone who can be like, "Is vodka," and you're good to go. Like,
Right.
they don't even need
That arrow coming straight at you.
But
Don't get hit, arrow.
The real question is, there's someone in the Arrow writer room coming up with like really good ideas, and they're like, "Dude, that's too literary. We can't put that on the CW." They just shoot
It's like
this
it's
one guy. Is like,
telephone. It's telephone. They have one good idea, and the next guy it gets filtered down till it becomes CW.
or they just shoot him down. They're like, "No, that would be quality television. We can't have that, right? We lose our funding."
That'll make the last episode look bad.
Yes.
Okay.
CW
We can't promise that quality all the time.
They are to science fiction, fantasy, what Tubi is to Christmas movies, kind of thing. Is that what we're getting?
Any fans of Supernatural?
I never got into that.
That's the one with those guys.
Yeah.
Those guys.
I just know the memes with those guys.
We all knew what he meant. We all knew what he meant.
Yeah, my wife watched that show, but I never got into it either.
I get
It's
scared
there are
too.
13 seasons of it. It's like, that's too many.
There's
Is it
15
scary?
seasons.
Is it a
I
scary
get scared
show?
too easily.
It's not
So
really
no,
scary.
it's not.
No.
I do.
No.
It's
But I
kind of
would
like
recommend
Buffy and
the
genre,
first 5
right?
seasons are some of the best TV ever.
The first 5?
The first 5, the whole story arc of the first 5 is brilliant. And if you like rock music, you'll totally dig all the puns.
So there's 5.
It's got rock puns. It might be scary.
Well, half the titles, half the episode titles are rock music. You know, the final episode of season 5 is Swan Song. So it's super fun.
That means you stop there.
That's it. And they probably should have. I mean, it's not bad. There's good stuff after that, but the first 5 are brilliant.
Okay, I'll have to check out the show with those guys then.
Yeah.
I hear it's got rock and it might be scary.
Those guys.
Would you say it's nice? Would you say that you don't take it for granted?
What, the show?
Rock puns.
Is it nice?
Is it pretty nice? Sorry, I'll leave. It's fine.
Wasn't that show Rescued by Fans?
That's nice.
Shane, if you need.
Wasn't that show on like the chopping block, and then the fans, I guess, rallied behind it and got it back running?
Yeah, that's what happened when season 6 came back.
They got the
Well, it wasn't
band
even
back
the fans.
together.
It was making a ton of money.
Oh,
And so CW went on with it. It almost died with the writer's strike in season 3, along with like everything else on TV. But it survived that, and then after season 6, it just went haywire. It's the longest running, sci-fi fantasy show ever. If you don't lump some. So yeah, the first 5 are good. I figured this crew would have watched them, but I guess not.
when did it start?
I was never big into TV. We watched Lost, and that was pretty much it. After that ended, and just after that, that's it. No more.
Have any of you watched the new Apple TV shows? With
Severance?
What's that?
I saw Severance.
No, I remember when that came out a few years ago. That was really good. I haven't seen season 2 of it yet. Bloody hell! It's with the guy who played Marshall from How I Met Your Mother and the dude who played Han Solo.
Oh, that's that.
It's like
That's yeah.
Something.
The Therapist show.
Yeah, the therapist show.
I saw the first season of that. It's very good.
It is. Really
I don't
good.
have Apple TV.
Season 2 is quite good as well. And the name will come to me 5 minutes from now.
I got it I got like a 10-day free subscription, like the free trial for it, because I wanted to see the chemistry one about the woman who was like on TV and like doing the chemistry show. And they were a cooking show, but she was a chemist. And after I binge watched that, I watched Shrinked, and then I think another one, I can't remember what it was, but they have some good offerings, but I just don't watch enough TV to maintain a subscription.
No, exactly. I watched John Oliver, and that's it.
I'm just waiting for the next Severance season. Then I'll jump on and leave again.
What's it about?
It's so it makes me really mad because I had this idea years ago. I didn't know how to write it, but I had this idea. So it wasn't exactly like this, but in the show, people go to work at this place, and part of the rule is you have this surgical procedure that separates your memories. So you have your work memories and your at-home memories.
True.
And they treat them as 2 different people. And so the people who live in the office building, they get in the elevator, they come down, they wake up like, oh, I'm in the office. And when they leave, they go to sleep, and then the other person wakes up. So the people inside only know life on the inside of the office. And the people on the outside only know life on the outside of the office. It's really, really good. Very, very fun concept.
Is it based on a book?
I think it's actually, it's based on an original idea from Ben Stiller, actually.
Oh, true.
Ben Stiller tried to get this going, I think, 10 years ago, and Apple picked it up.
That's wild.
I've seen
He's a
clips
smart
of that
guy.
on TikTok. It looks really interesting.
It's very fascinating.
Yeah, it is. It's not like a laugh out loud show, but it's
It has its moments.
right, but it's it's not creepy.
It is definitely thriller.
It's kind of surrealish in a way because of how they do, because you start really kind of understanding. So these people just think they're at work all the time because they don't remember when they're not. Right?
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's like they live in some purgatory or something.
Yeah, it's very strange.
So do the people at work all the time start to lose their minds?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
I was gonna say,
Well, the new person in the office, she's just arrived. She didn't know what's going on. So they have this orientation, like, okay, you're going to live here forever now. Your outie, your other person decided this for you, and she's trying to escape. And at one point, she threatens to cut off her fingers with one of those, what do you call them, paper cutter things? Yeah.
Paper cutter?
It's like, I want to make a video and send it to the outside person to have her send one to me. And so, because she's convinced that there's no way she'd do this to herself. But the video from her,
they work for do either.
it's very ambiguous what they're doing. Yeah, it's like all very secret and weird, and
the aesthetic is very kind of Clockwork Orange-ish, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, would that be fair, Isaac?
If you've seen
contrast.
if you've seen Secret Life of Walter Mitty, it's a lot like that, cinematography wise.
This reminds me of Dollhouse.
Oh, Dollhouse, yeah.
Remember they would program these women with like different personalities, and they would do some kind of job, and then they would come back and they would revert. They would get skill sets, and they wouldn't remember what had happened. There was a lot of memory alteration going on.
Yeah, that was Buffy, right?
Yeah.
Well,
It was
Buffy's
like
creator.
Yeah, it was Joss Whedon, and
Yes.
it was Eliza Dushku, I think her name is, who had been on Buffy.
Yep.
And was right after Buffy, and they did like 2 seasons, and it was really pretty interesting, but they didn't really pick up.
That was a good
Really
show.
popular enough to it was
White Land.
yeah.
The ending was really weird. I guess they ran out
They
of
did
time
this.
and just-
They did like a time jump, right? It made
Yeah,
like post-apocalyptic, and it was like, okay, you guys did not have enough time to tell the story you wanted to tell.
No.
It was like
It was
season
like-
5 of B5 or something. It's like,
Babylon
sorry
5.
guys.
Yeah, it was like
Babylon
episode
5.
and the world ended, and you're like, okay, that's so.
Yeah. You needed more time for that, guys. I'll buy it, but give me 3 seasons to end the world.
I think that show would have done well on cable. You know,
Might have
if it
done better
hadn't
10
been.
years later.
Yeah, exactly. If it was now, I think that show would be huge. I mean, in the wake of what is that? Orphan Black, I think.
Yep.
Those kinds of shows, I think that show would have been huge now. But
I mean, the market's
it's really-
changed.
no, that's probably the last show I watched was Orphan Black. It's been a while.
You're still the Great British Baking Show,
Yeah,
My
someone's
mother
got to make
watches
cakes
that.
and muffins.
I love watching that show. It's like my background noise. I put it on about 1.52 speed while I'm doing my work, and then I'm like, oh, hey, something's happened. Okay. And then I go back. I don't like.
Oh, gave
hear
someone a
it.
handshake. What the hell was that?
Yeah.
That looks delicious.
I think that's the best way to watch TV. 1.25 speed.
I don't really have it on. It's like in a screen way off to the side, so I'm hearing it at like the best way to put it is radio white noise.
Yes.
I like watching it backwards. They just take these treats out and then they degrade them into their component ingredients.
It's very fascinating.
So impressive.
And people
What
just
Patient skill. Like, can you imagine that sifting?
What if the show did that? What if there was a cooking show that did that?
How
And
do
they
you
like, here's the finished thing. Let's go backwards from here. Just for really weird people.
They owe me money. It's my idea.
So, Poppy and Laura, I want to tell you, in Haley 2, one of the problems they solved, they have to use full-on chemistry to do it, and I'm so excited.
Yes.
How
That always
do
feels
the
good when
great
you get to bring
levitate?
like your special interest into your
You don't
project.
have to
It's like-
research it. You know it.
Yes.
Are you chemists?
Yeah.
Nice.
The
What's
outer-
your field?
Go ahead.
I work with agriculture, so feed, fertilizer, and pesticide.
That's very cool.
I work
possible.
with color application stuff. So
Oh, it's very cool. My best friend does pharmaceutical deconstruction.
Oh, very fun.
Yeah, it's very cool. Every time something goes off patent, they have to deconstruct it so they can reconstruct it and sell it generically.
Mhm.
What a cool job.
Yeah.
So pretty much just like the show Reverse British Bake Off that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly
Right,
what
doing that in
I'm like,
books
that's
now, right?
interesting.
she changes the cake.
That's really
Exactly.
important in chemotherapy too. So I'm glad that we have that job.
What do you do with agriculture? Who do you work for? I mean, if you can say who you work for.
Who do you work for? What do you do? What are the chemical reactions?
Top secret, let me tell you.
I know, you never know,
No.
right? You never know.
I work for a state regulatory lab, so people send us their dog food and we make sure that it's compliant to, state regulations. That's all it
That's
is.
very cool.
What dog food
I'm a
brand
trainer,
is?
that's
What dog food brand is closest to being a bomb? Or I can make a bomb in as few steps as possible.
We don't test for that, unfortunately, but I can tell you the high fat.
It's probably easier to start with fertilizer and not dog food.
I was going to say.
Just throw that out there.
Get the extra nitrogen going right away.
But if you buy the fertilizer, you're on a list. If you buy the dog food, you stick out the dog.
What is the best dog food then?
That's actually a good question.
So I actually don't really, I just find the numbers and I give them to someone else who makes the decisions. So I don't actually know how close I'm hitting.
But what
I
is the
just run the
best
tests.
number?
Yeah,
The
I
best-
make no decisions.
You basically work in Severance. That's what they do at Severance. They find the numbers.
Yeah, I just run the tests and say, okay, this is exactly how much crude protein, how much crude fat, how much crude whatever is in this, and how much nitrogen is in this fertilizer, basically, how much phosphate, like potash and things are in each one, and then send that data to our quality analyst, who puts the numbers into USA Plants, and then people make decisions on whether or not that brand is up to standard. So
That's pretty cool.
Mhm.
Do you do that with horse feeds at all, or just dog food?
Oh yeah, we've even done fish food.
That's cool. I'm always reading my labels.
Because we're in New Mexico, we get a ton of agriculture.
So now I'm never going to be able to read a horse feed label again and not think of you.
Hey, aw. It's the hat, I know. Sticks out.
That's the sweetest thing.
Well,
You have a greeting card.
horse are very sweet also.
I
Yes,
could never
greeting
read a
card,
horse
right.
food container without thinking of you.
There you go.
Make Valentine's cards out of that, so.
My parents were chemists. They met in a lab, and I was raised mostly in a lab. Didn't
Interesting.
stick though.
I like how you didn't say you didn't grow in a lab.
I was gonna make a petri dish.
I think that's what he was implying when he said those things.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't.
Most of us
they
were
didn't tell me.
spoon-fed. He was drops.
We drank out of, because they would get like excess glassware, and we, like at home, we all drank out of beakers all the time. My parents never bought glasses. Everyone drank out of beakers. I'm like, oh yeah, I had like 3.5 ounces of water with breakfast. Like, how do you know exactly how many ounces? I'm like, well, I drank. It was in a graduated cylinder. Don't you drink out of a graduated cylinder at home? No, not normal.
That's awesome.
In my undergrad, I remember going into lab. They're like, never bring food into the laboratory. And then I got picked to work for a professor as research, and he worked with heavy toxic metals. He was doing his dishes in the same sink I was cleaning this stuff. And he would just put his coffee mug right next to one of those flasks.
My parents had a still in their lab.
I mean,
And
that's
this was
actually normal.
a long time ago. Wow. But I mean, for alcohol, like for drinkable alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
They never told you the story of how they met?
I don't know if they remembered the story of how they met. There was a still in the lab.
That's right.
And that's how they met in the lab, and how he came to be in the lab, and
It's
how he
entirely possible.
Everything revolves around the lab.
It's entirely possible. I have no recollection.
Oh, I see another doggy.
I thought you brought a bong in there for a minute, Poppy. Okay, Mike, that makes a lot more sense.
Nice.
Yeah, but I was gonna share. Yeah, Joe, same.
It's not very often you see somebody that can just walk off camera for 5 seconds, start bringing back all this stuff.
Well, it's been done now, so I'm not going to. But
I'm curious about the legitimate purpose for a still in a lab.
Oh, there wasn't one. It was the 70s. You just did stuff like that.
It was expected. So all of you chemists, are you fans of like Breaking Bad? Does that show make you angry, or does it make you go, I feel seen?
Laura's like, oh look, that looks like where I grew up.
It is. I knew all those places. I felt okay. I have failed to give the show a chance because I got too distracted. Going, oh, I know where that was. I know where this is. I used to run by that for cross country all the time. So
cool.
I missed the whole plot of like the first 5 episodes, and then I was like, what is going on?
I think the funny point here is that both Laura and I are both from New Mexico.
Yep.
So I could not enjoy it either because I lived in Albuquerque also.
Maybe that was their plan. That it was set in Albuquerque because everybody there's a chemist and they all know how to make meth.
I was a high school chemistry teacher, so I really identified with Walt. So after a season, I was like, I can't watch this anymore.
Is it just too dark?
Yeah, all the sad stuff about his personal life was all like, that's my life.
Yeah.
So I don't want to watch.
I almost shut it down with the girlfriend. The girlfriend scene in season 3. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but without spoiling, anybody who's seen it knows what I'm talking about.
So I have never seen it, never even watched the first episode, even though I've had at least a dozen people tell me I should.
Oh, it's great.
It's about this guy who breaks bad. And then everything else goes bad. And there's a cool lawyer who got his own show.
It's honestly as good as people say it is. Like it really
is. It really is.
I've heard a lot too about Better Call Saul. Is just how
that show's
amazing
amazing
it
too.
is. Yeah.
I actually finished that show.
Better Call Saul is genius.
I still need to get back into Breaking Bad. Haven't finished it.
We'll do a watch party.
Oh my god, that'd be the longest watch party ever.
I'll put it on 2 speed. Try to keep up.
What's everyone's favorite TV show?
DuckTales.
Oh yeah, DuckTales. That was great.
Man.
As a Huey, I'm gonna have to say DuckTales. I have no choice in this.
That's awesome.
It's fun. DuckTales is fun.
It is. It's a lot of childhood friends. I actually do gotta get going. One of my kids is kind of like informed with all the fireworks going on, so I gotta head out. You guys have a happy good New Year.
Happy New Year.
I've got to head out as well and take care of the dog. But
take care,
everyone.
Take care, Dave.
There's champagne to be dropped and things to do. So, hey, thank you all for a lovely 2024, and good luck to you in 2025, and hope to be seeing you on here again at some point.
Are we done?
I think we are about done, yeah.
I thought we had 2 more hours.
Huh?
I thought we were going all night.
Yeah, I thought we were ringing the bell. We're about watching the bell drop from this. No?
Well, you
And
guys.
Bo just got here. You want to say goodbye?
Mike, you
run
ready-
away fast.
Mike, you ready to go another 3 hours?
Sure.
All right, I'm out of here then. We have 12 bottles of Prosecco upstairs waiting for us. So. Anyway.
That sounds like a good time.
I'm gonna
We'll
stream
give you guys-
to the end of the night here in about an hour, so I've got some time to hang out if you guys are hanging out.
I will hang
I
out
have
with
10
you
o'clock
for a
dinner
while.
reservations.
All right.
I should probably go. I got to get to writing that story I want to publish.
There you go.
That's important.
Get to writing.
I have nothing else to do but go to sleep, so.
There's that too. But thanks for inviting me, Mike. This was super fun.
Always welcome. So don't be a stranger.
I won't. I'll see you on Twitter.
See you.
That's nice to meet you.
Now I got to figure out how to get out.
Carefully.
It's a maze.
There should.
Yeah.
Oh,
She escaped.
figure it out.
Oh, Rob was really leaving? I didn't realize that.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Everybody was staying until Bo showed up, and no coincidence, right?
Off. It is what it is.
I feel like that's not fair to Bo. Bo shows up and just everyone leaves.
Bo's shelves look so much better than mine. I feel really bad. I need to get my books up.
I just have a windowsill. I need to get some kind of shelving situation.
I have shelves. I said I was going to fill them with books, but that was like 6 months ago, and I still haven't done it.
I just bought wood
busy writing.
for shelves, but I just need to get brackets.
There you go.
The shelves I have behind me don't have books on them. So.
This year.
So, Bo, how is life treating you? And I know the states that you're in, and I get these wrong all the time, but I'm going to embarrass myself. You are from South Dakota.
I am.
Woo! Got one right. Yay!
I'm from the state of the Corn Palace. That's how exciting it is here.
The Corn Palace.
When you have nothing better to do but build a palace of corn, you know you've got problems.
Or you have it all.
I heard the Nebraskans are jealous of y'all.
Maybe. Might be jealous of our housing prices. Life is cheap here.
Well, it's cold. Why would you want to live there?
The Corn Palace.
Yeah.
I mean, some people like the seasons.
Yeah.
Ugh, no, not me.
I mean, you could say the same thing. Why would you want to live in San Francisco when you pay $5,000 for a one-bedroom apartment? Like, everyone has their reasons.
Yeah.
I'm in New York. We have high prices and no corn, so I'm losing all around.
Where in New York are you?
Long Island.
Oh, I'm in Dutchess County, so
cool.
just north of Westchester.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're in Jersey and not like central New York where you have to worry about roaches everywhere.
No. Yeah, don't get me started. I lived in Atlanta for a while, and I saw some pretty large roaches.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they
Seen them
could
when I've
fly
been down there visiting.
until they flew.
Oh, yes. They have that power.
I was a brave man until I saw that, and then I was not a brave man.
No. In Oklahoma, we had chickens. They ate all the roaches. It was great. No roaches. No scorpions.
The roaches in Albuquerque are pretty bad.
You're in Oklahoma too, or were?
In Oklahoma, we didn't have any because we had chickens. Oh, where? No, I was in Duncan.
Oh, okay.
But
you don't live there anymore?
What a chicken. I had clownfish, and they didn't really do anything.
No, the clownfish are worthless. They're terrible creatures. They're selfish. They only think about themselves.
They were so
Chickens,
cute.
you can at least chase them and kick them. And
What a bad pet. You can't even pet them.
yeah.
No, you can. You got to trick them with food. Like you put, and then you kind of touch them in the head.
My sister-in-law has a chicken and a duck, and Chick and Quack are their names. But she takes them everywhere. Like little baby carriers or strollers and stuff like that. She'll put them in there and take them places. I guess it's unusual for a chicken, but she's unusual for a sister-in-law, so it works out.
Does she walk them around the neighborhood on little leashes?
No, she don't walk around the neighborhood, but she'll take them on errands and trips.
Okay.
On errands.
Yes.
Hmm.
Like animal-related errands if they have to go to like a feed store or something like that.
Oh, okay,
Whatever.
yeah.
It's not like she goes to the dentist.
Where it could make sense to see a chicken, you'll see it her with a chicken.
Yeah, I hope she's like take him to get takeout from KFC or something.
Yeah.
You know.
Now that'd be funny.
Eyes. Don't look.
I was just hearing inspiration for Chris's future like cozy fantasy story right there.
Oh man.
So when she calls the chicken, does she do the?
No, I think she just yells at him. So, get over here.
She should do the chicken dance.
We would shake a cup, and they would all come running.
That makes man.
Chickens are wild. Chickens are absolutely wild.
I miss my chickens. And I'm living in an apartment now in Miami, and I don't have a yard anymore, so I can't do the chickens. I miss my eggs.
But you have the beach.
Do you have a?
We have a beach. There's no chickens there though. I miss my chickens.
You don't have a patio? You can put chickens. What do you mean? I think you're giving up too easy.
It is there, in my rental agreement. It's strictly said no. You can't keep anything on the patio that's alive.
Not even an
That is not. Defy the man. You can't just let them. You can't let them rule your lives like that, man. You gotta
Embrace
fight
the
for your right to
Come on.
Yeah, I just bought a
fight for
co-op,
your right to chicken.
and there was 6 pages on what kinds of cats I can't have. And I was like, oh my god. It's like-
There's more than one kind of cat.
Apparently.
There's cat. There's mountain lion. Lion.
We can't have bird feeders in my community. They say it attracts bears. I'm like, come on. That's a lie.
What if the bird feeder's really high?
Do you have a lot
don't
of
know.
bears in New York?
I've never seen a bear in person.
We get them. We're a little more rural than where Tim is.
Don't
We
you?
have a flock of deer that live right outside my house. Like if you drive at night, you've got to like drive real slow because the deer come out and they just hang out on the road, and they don't run when they see lights. They're just like, yeah, f you, this is our road, and you're like, all right. So
They're the same out here. The bears don't really care out here either, though. Up in northern New Mexico, they're just like, hey,
Cocaine.
give me your trash. Okay, thanks.
okay.
Cocaine bears.
So we get bears, we've got cows, deer. You name all of it, they'll be in the road at wherever you're at, depending on what side of the state you're on here.
Man.
Same here. It's very fun.
Oh, we have wild turkeys right up the street.
Ooh.
That's
I see
fun.
those
Come
every
out.
now and then, too.
And
We had those in
Thanksgiving,
Oklahoma.
My wife's had trouble finding a turkey. I'm like, well, if you give me a bow and arrow, maybe I can just get us one from the street, for free. And I don't actually know how to shoot a bow and arrow. I mean, I could probably figure it out, but
We did that
She did
once. We did that once in Oklahoma.
Okay.
It was the toughest bird I've ever eaten.
Yeah. Well, turkey's got a lot of dark meat, and they fly.
I'll tell my wife she was right to veto my plan.
We just marinate it a little bit longer, right? Is that how it works?
Too easy.
I like to think it was an angry one. If we had got a happier one, maybe it would have tasted better.
Happier wild turkey.
I think your wife just didn't want to pluck all those feathers on her.
I'm sure.
You got to get one of those rotating plucker things.
Right. Yep.
This actually exists? I know.
Oh yeah.
You guys realize Joe hasn't even taken time to put books on his show. If you think he's plucking anything, come on.
Now,
Have you seen this man's motivation? That's not
if you want to give up, you can just skin the chicken or the turkey. You can do that.
Or Joe can catch it and then run down to KFC and buy some dinner and pretend like it's what he caught.
You might trade it in. You might give it to
Much more
KFC,
likely.
like, give me chicken, and here's raw material, give me cooked material.
So there's a place near a smokehouse, and they will do that. Like they sell smoked meat, but they also have a service where you kill something and you bring it to them, and they season and smoke it.
Interesting.
I'm not a hunter, but we're close enough to the places where people hunt that's a thing,
That is
which is
so
not what I'm used to. It is,
Yeah.
right?
I would go
That's
right to
really
jail
neat.
if I tried that here. Like,
Yeah. We're like right on the edge of farm country. Like I'm not in it, but I'm like 10 minutes from actual farms. So it's a little more rural.
Are you right
Yeah,
by the border to Canada? Or am I totally wrong?
I'm much closer. I'm
Okay.
a Beacon, which is, you know where Bear Mountain is?
No idea.
The Bear Mountain
Never
Picnic?
mind. Yeah.
You guys know that song, Bear Mountain Picnic?
No.
Isn't that what's this? He has a movie. What's the guy?
That Yogi Bear? Or are we talking about something?
No. The famous. Oh my goodness. He sings A Complete Unknown. What's his name? I forget his name. The famous man. Timothy Chalamet played him in the movie just a day ago. Bob Dylan. Doesn't Bob Dylan have a Bear Mountain Picnic song?
Oh, I don't know Bob Dylan.
Look
I
up.
don't this Bear Mountain though.
It's a great song.
I'm just over an hour north of the city.
Okay.
So
That I understand. That I could follow.
Yeah. Yes. I had to try to put it in terms that would make sense.
Trying to remember exactly how far I was from the city. I lived in Boston Spa for about 6 months, which is north of the capital, Albany. But I remember exactly how far. That's where the nuclear reactor's at for training purposes. So,
The practice reactor?
Yep. Yeah. I was in the Navy, if that doesn't make sense to people. So that's what I did in the Navy.
So, Tim, now that you've finished the first Boolem trilogy, what are you working on now, and when is the next book coming out?
So first thing that's coming out is the Platinum Tinted Darkness remake that's coming out in February. So that's pretty fun. I have a new line of editing and heavy rewrites and all that stuff.
Nice.
And it's so weird to go back to your first book after you have 5, because it's like, damn, there's a lot of mistakes here. But that's
Are you
coming
doing a new
out.
cover with it too, then, Tim?
Yeah, I knew everything.
Yeah.
And I have a quote from Mike on there, so that should definitely sell some copies.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, and then later in the future, I'm doing a full-length novel in the same world as this, Whisper.
Nice.
And I'm about 30,000 into that, and that should be good. I like the writing so far. I don't know where I'm going with it, but I think it's pretty good. So we'll see what happens.
Those are my favorite drafts. The ones where
Yeah.
you're like, I don't know. All vibes. Who knows?
I have so many like placeholder names. So you see like King name reaches out to Prince placeholder, and I just have no idea what the hell is going on. Yeah.
It's so interesting how different people are, because I can't write anything like that way, like nothing.
No.
Like if I
This
sit
is the
down and I
first
don't know,
time I'm
if I
doing
don't really know how the end is going to be and how most of the middle is going to be, like I can't write more than a
Really?
chapter.
If I do that, I will get in trouble fast. I'll get
I just
deep into hundreds of pages.
If I know what's gonna happen, I don't enjoy it.
yeah. That's usually those are the two poles, right?
Yeah.
People who, like, if they know if they have a plan up front, they're bored and they can't write it, and the people who if I don't have a plan, I can't write it because I don't know what I'm doing.
Exactly.
So it's not wrong. I'm not trying to hint in any way that one is better or worse. It's just really different for different people.
And
I think it's more
it's like a
natural.
spectrum. Everybody falls somewhere in between too. It's very
Yeah.
cool to hear where other people fall.
Yeah, I don't. Some people have to have really detailed outlines, where like scene by scene almost, and I don't do that either. So
I like
That
the
helps me
idea
if I'm
that-
lost. If I'm lost, that helps me out a little bit.
Yeah, getting lost is scary when you pants, because you gotta like, how'd you get here in the first place? You know?
yeah.
I always outline my characters be like, no, that's not what I'm going to do. And you're like, but the chapter has to end at this point here, and we're just taking what are we doing? Yeah, that always gets me nervous, and I'm like, okay, fine, we'll negotiate with the fictional character in my head, but gotta get back here. I have a plan, and you're blowing it up.
I just like the idea that I don't know what the hell is going on, and neither do my characters. I just think that's very natural.
What I do a really, really loose outline, just bullet points, and then I write a short story that is the whole thing from like a bird's eye view. So I can read through if the short story works, I know I can expand certain elements and fill in the rest.
I'm gonna learn how to write shorts.
It's
It's
fun.
the best. I mean, it's awesome.
It looks a lot more difficult than relatively novel-sized things. Not that I write those either, but I'm kind of like in the middle.
It can be. Because you want to get in so many details and have a complete story, but you got to take out a bunch of stuff to meet a small word count, and it's definitely more difficult. But it's nice to be able to flesh things out.
I find if I'm working on something shorter, I don't care about it as much. So it comes easier. It's not as intimidating than a bigger thing. That has to be perfect. It's big. A tiny thing, I find for me at least, I can a lot less trepidation approaching it.
Yeah. You also have that feeling that you're going to complete it, which is a nice, mindset. It's nice to have that in your head that this is going to be short. I'm definitely going to complete it. It's not like a book where I'm going to be working on it for months.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot easier to
Or
edit
years.
because you can go through an entire pass in one sitting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. I think the best thing I've ever written is a short story, and that's in my one book that has the worst rating of everything I've put out. And I'm like, that is the best book I've written, people. I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but that
What
is
book
the
is that?
best I've done. Sins and Sorrows. It's 3.9 or something on Amazon, and I'm like, seriously, guys,
Oh.
the two of the three short stories in the beginning, best two things I've ever written.
Hmm.
And no,
Shorts are hard. My lowest rated thing is also my short story, which for some reason is a Goodreads page, and it's the lowest rated thing on my Goodreads.
How rude.
I know, and it was like, well, I'm not good at shorts. It was never going to happen. But it's
Your
got it's
audiobook
got
for Sins and
punchline.
Sorrows has like 4 stars.
What's that?
Your audiobook has 4 stars for Sins and Sorrows.
Well, yeah, I gave out a lot of free copies, so hopefully they give me.
I think from a reader perspective, though, that a lot of readers I know, or a lot of my friends, just they don't like novellas and short stories because there's not enough time to get attached to any one person. So if there is a character they start to like, and then they don't get enough, I guess, airtime within that little bit of a story, like it tanks the rest of it for them to a degree. So I think it's one of those things where like they obviously become a huge trend, and everyone's utilizing them, but they have to be done in a way that ties back into something more, so that there's payoff to make a reader want to go in. Because if not, if it's just kind of completely by itself, like there's not as much enticement in there. Or if it's like an anthology where it's a bunch of authors writing them, like if there isn't an overarching theme that kind of just sucks you into all of it, it can pull you out of it quicker than anything. And then I think that at that point, that's why you see a lot of the lower ratings, because while some of it was good, if there's enough of it that's bad, they're going to remember the bad over the good. Just human nature, right? Like people don't usually read positive reviews; they usually leave negative reviews for most things. Like books are kind of the exception to the norm when it comes to that. When you look at products and things.
And if what you love about stories is like getting that like long-term like relationship with a character, right? You just can't get that from a short, no matter how good the short is. People who love short stories are looking for a different thing than people who are reading like 10-book, epic fantasy stories. Neither which is bad or worse. It's just like it's a different thing you can get out of it.
Long books.
I always think my short stories are going to be more enjoyed by people who have read the main series. And you go read the shorts, like, oh, here's another little story about these characters that you've grown to love over like 5 novels.
Yeah.
You got that. So now you can read this like little story about how Rohan saved Christmas, and you're gonna enjoy it because you know who these people are. Except for Santa, who's a new character I put in just for that book. But.
So I'm going to be coming out with a novella series. It's going to be like 12 novellas. I have no idea how I'm going to market this or if anyone's even going to buy it, but I want to write it, so I'm going to. Damn it.
The good thing about like novellas is people actually read them because they're only 70.
Yeah. My novella has reviews on there, actually.
Nice.
It's great.
Like my novella's on pace to have more ratings than my entire trilogy, and I wrote it in 1 month, so that's kind of humbling.
That's great. That's really freaking good.
Yeah, so it's like, damn, how is
that's.
I am almost done with my prequel, which is a novella. It's less than 40,000 words, so I'm very excited.
Well,
I feel like I'm the only person that's
people that read those, I would think, than a book, because it, like you said, Tim, it's short, but also the aspect of that the reader, you don't have to put as much time in, so you can figure out if you like the author's writing style without investing, and a lot of times, any money at all, because usually you can get them free through a newsletter or something. So it gives you a way to see if you want to invest both your time and your money into them.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I gotta go get ready for dinner. So happy New Year, everyone! Thanks for having me on.
Happy New Year.
Have a lovely dinner.
Yeah, I gotta drop to do
to
my
you next year.
thing. So, good night, everybody. Happy New Year.
So long.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Mike, I'll see you Monday.
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm off for sure Monday. Huh, good. I'm glad you said that.
Helpful reminder.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the only person that started off with a novella for going back to that. Everybody's come back and done like prequels.
I started with the novella.
Oh, that's cool. That's good. Does it tie in anything else, or is it like a standalone?
No, I wanted to. So I was my big project is Redwall inspired, and it became humongous. I had to chop it up into novels, but I got so sick of working on it. I wanted to do something small that I could finish quickly, so I wrote a little fantasy thing, and I loved it. It was wonderful. So I want to do another novella in that world at least every year. So I want to build up a little novella collection of all these characters in this world, and I'll see how it goes. I like doing it.
I'm really grateful I did my novella last, because I feel like because it's shorter, it has to be really solid. Like the mistakes I made in my first book, if I would have made those here, I would have not had the success that I've had.
Absolutely.
But the flip side of that is that, now my first book of the trilogy needed some love. So, you're going to mess up somewhere. So, you got to pick your poison.
Yeah. Well, it was cool because I spent a long time on Song of Bones, my big project, and I cut my teeth there. I learned how to do stuff and write stuff there. So when I worked on the novella, it felt like a book 2 or a book 3. And so when I launched with that, it was my first thing I launched, but I've been working on this other thing for years, so I kind of cut my teeth on that, and I learned a lot about the publishing side of things and getting the cover together, all that stuff for the novella. So when I did it for the first novel, it was pretty smooth.
That's cool. That's like the reason I did the novella first, is to learn all that stuff, because man, it's it's a big
Honestly,
curve.
that's probably the smartest way to do it. If I had to go back in time, I think I'd tell people to do that.
Start small.
And then I was getting like decent reviews from just independent reviewers, and then I did the stupid thing of sending it over to Daniel Green, and he read it. And like when he was still doing the please dear God don't be a bomb opening mail segments, immediately opened the package. I'm going to read this. It's from McGowan.
I saw that video.
Oh crap! So that was fun, and he gave it like a 3 out of 10. But the critique on it was like solid, and I revised it last year mainly due to that. But nobody had really done that kind of constructive criticism before to that level. Even though I asked specific questions and didn't have good, figure out the fact that I didn't really have good band readers that were willing to answer those questions, or didn't know how to answer those questions maybe. And then the independent reviewers, the lower, just like running little blogs and stuff like that. Like, okay, it's a good story, but it could do a lot better, which, was kind of a mind blowing thing to get that kind of exposure right off the bat from Daniel Green. And
well, didn't he go back and re-highlight it a second time too, though, Chris? Like where he commented and gave you credit for going back and fixing the things that he talked about and improving the story overall? I swore I remember seeing an episode with him where he actually re-highlights the book and mentions how you took the feedback that he gave him and did everything you needed to kind of improve the story.
Oh crap! I missed that show, because I sent him another copy. I got a hold of him. Was like, hey, been a little while. I redid this thing. Even if you ever do anything with it, I just wanted to send it to you to say thanks. So I didn't know he did. that. I'll have to go look at his videos.
He re-highlighted it, if I remember right. He
Wow.
talked about it. I mean, that was the same thing with like Zamil, like with his Gunmetal God series. Like he did an author roast my bookcase, and so he only roasted bookcases of just authors in that segment. And Zamil basically filled the entire bookcase up with nothing but his book, and it caught Daniel's eyes. And then he sent a copy over to Daniel, and Daniel loved it and hyped it up, and from there that book took off. So I mean, there's the risk in doing it, that it with his size audience, that it could really kick you while you're down, but the same notion, like it also has the ability to go back and really boost you too if he likes it. It's a give or take. And I think from an author perspective, it's probably better for you guys in that scenario, because like you said, you got real critiques, whereas I know for a fact, and I won't give names, but I can just say this, that in the reviewer sphere, a lot of people are very afraid to give that type of critique, because you have a much more direct connection with the author versus somebody like Daniel, where it's a big channel, he gets tons of stuff, he's not interacting with people on a daily basis in that regard. Because as somebody who's given what I feel like is honest critiques and try to do it in a way that's very polite and positive, it's not always well received. And a lot of people don't want to deal with the blowback from that, or they get frustrated for, they're afraid those authors are too connected and they're going to, go tell all these other authors, and then they're never going to get any review copies anymore. Or they're afraid that they're wrong about their critique, and so they don't want to give it because they don't want to make an author mad or hurt their feelings. I mean, any number of scenarios you can dream up, basically I've heard all of them. And I've seen some of them like firsthand. Like I said, like there's been things where I'm like, hey, I think if you did this, maybe better. I'm no expert, but I can tell you, I know at least 10 other people that feel the same way about like your opening of your book is this, or how it ended at the end was this. And some of them are like, yeah, cool, like thank you, and you see them go back and correct those, and others, they basically just stop talking to you. Like you're dead to them as a reviewer for giving them any sort of feedback other than giving them a 5-star review, because there are authors that just, if it's anything less than a 5, they don't want anything to do with you more. Even if you give it a 4 or a 4.5, like if it's anything less than a 5, they just think you're a jerk for doing that. It's like, well, not everything's going to be a 5-star. I mean, there are people that are very critical about the books and are, I guess, trained to do so in that regard. And then there's people that just read for enjoyment, and so they're going to be more likely to give out higher praise ratings than somebody that really wants to critique every ounce of it. And, I mean, it just depends on how you like to read a book, right? Like, I don't want to look at things and analyze it that hard. I just want to escape reality for a while. And if I have fun, then great. It's going to get a higher rating than something I didn't. But if things stand out and are just glaringly obvious, then it's like, well, okay, well, I'll try and give feedback privately. And if they take it, great. If they don't want to talk to me anymore, oh, well, there's 200 other authors on social media and any one platform that'll talk to me. You know, like I don't take those to heart as much as some people do, but I know that a lot of people get really worried about that. And it's just like, well, I do this for fun. It's not a job. So when no one wants to give me books anymore, I guess then they don't want to do more. I'll just go keep buying books like I've done behind me. It's not going to change me reading or writing reviews regardless.
Well, if you ever want honest feedback, I recommend NetGalley, because you will get torn to shreds.
Oh yeah. Any of those paid services.
Like my top review on my first book has 55 thumbs up on a 1-star, and 20 comments just all kind of saying that I suck.
Nice.
So if you want to get some hard truth, you got to go to NetGalley.
All right, I'll do that next time.
Yeah.
So for my Becoming a Druid, the main character, first book I wrote, so basically main character is a lot of me in there. And I've had 3 different reviewers now who's like, I like the book, but I absolutely hate the character. I cannot stand it at all. And I'm like, this is why you don't put yourself in a book.
Well, the other thing that's good about NetGalley is if you put it out there and you put it in the read now section or whatever, like anyone getting started on that platform needs to read books and do reviews in order to build a reputation to get access to the things that ultimately they're probably going to NetGalley for, right? Which is the TradPub books. Like you can generally reach out to any author and get access to a digital art without needing to go through a third-party service like that. But you need to build a rep on that site if you want to get stuff from the publishers. That's just the way that the site works. So I've heard of plenty of authors that have done that, put it out there, and they get skyrocketing reviews, at least on NetGalley, because people need to, I guess, break in a little bit, and that's an easy way for them to go through and just click and add a bunch of books into it and start building their rep on the site.
Yeah, it's funny. I kind of assume from like a game theory perspective that people with very little reviews on NetGalley would be overly nice just because they want to get big names' attentions. But those were the ones that blasted me the most. They were the ones out for blood.
Well, on there, I don't think it matters how nice or how good reviews. It just matters how consistent you are.
Yeah, it's all about.
As long as you're active on their platform and you're constantly requesting 1 or 2 books and then writing reviews for them, like pretty much all the publishers will start handing you stuff after you do enough of them.
Yeah, because when you're the author, they give you all the stats, like what the percentages of what they actually review of what they download. And a lot of these people are in the 90s because they just don't want to get denied on the big names.
Oh yeah, I mean anything. That's always if I take something off NetGalley, it's a priority read for me to get it done and hit it by the date they want, because I don't want to taint the rep that I built on there when I do want something. It's not very often that there's something I really am like super eager to get from there, because I have more than enough to read at this point as it is. But like every once in a while, it's like, okay, I really want to get that early and go grab it. And I don't want all that time and effort to go to waste as a result.
So if someone reviews something on NetGalley, does that review only live on NetGalley, or does it propagate?
No, you can, like when you submit the review, you can tell it to submit it to different services and connect the accounts if you want. I generally don't. I post just to them specifically, because like when we post to Goodreads, I have a link in it that'll kick back to the blog, right? So I want to make sure that's incorporated, and I can't. Some sites you can incorporate some of that stuff and have it tie in, others it doesn't. So it just kind of depends on the way that they structure, like how you can edit it. If you want to have certain things in quotations or bold or whatever the case may be, like they're not the same across all of them. So I generally would just rather self-upload to all of them then let one service copy and paste it over and have it look like garbage on one and look great on another.
Right.
I love behind the scenes stuff on that. That's interesting to hear that.
It's a bummer when you get a 5-star and a 1-star on the same day, and only the 1-star posts on Goodreads.
That just means you're a real author if you finally got to hate at least once.
Yeah. Well, what was funny was like I kind of panicked when I had a really big 1-star, but it didn't affect sales or anything. Nobody really cares, I don't think.
Yeah, I had Nico actually give my Haley Traveler a 3-star review. So, but I mean, I was on the show and I was like, yeah, these 2 chapters I wrote, Nico's going to really hate those. And he actually was watching. He's like, "You're right, Mike. I really did."
Oh man, I think I'm only on chapter 5 or 6 right now. I started reading that here last week. This last week, I guess.
Are you reading the ebook?
I'm sorry, what was that? The ebook, yeah.
Okay, good. Because I printed like 200 hard copy and paperbacks, and chapter 18 got duplicated as chapter 18 and 19 are the same chapter. They're just different numbers. And I 200 physical copies printed with that mistake.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. Great.
So you're saying I need to go check my copy?
It is. That's what you have, Bo. Trust me. That's the only thing available. Well, and it's the cringiest chapter I will ever write in my life. It's about the 17-year-old going to the strip club because I'm going to have sex today and doesn't know what he's doing, and it ends very poorly. And then you get to experience all over again in the next chapter because it's worded exactly the same.
That's all right. Every ebook on one of the sales, so I can just easily jump over there and read the next chapter.
It's honestly a brilliant chapter. I'm really glad it's in the book. It tells you so much about the character as he's trying to like struggle through this scenario, and he's like thinking through it mathematically, and it is really well written.
You need to thank Bo for that, because I told Bo, I'm just going to get, or not Bo, I mean Ro, sorry, Bo, I did not mean to disparage your name. Ro is my editor, and I was like, I'm cutting it out. It's just so cringy. I don't want to deal with it anymore. He's like, no, you have to leave it in. It shows character growth. You have to keep it. I'm like, I hate it. I don't want to look at it again. He made me.
It can't be any worse. So one of the very first like arcs I ever read, it was probably, I think it was like the 3rd or 4th one. The author, you could tell that they had writing abilities, and like I think with enough time to practice, they will be a good writer. They kept writing themselves into like spots where they didn't know where to go with it or how to get out of it. So instead, they just filled it in with a sex scene, and then they were like, not even good sex scenes in that regard. But they later marketed the book as being spicy, but they originally marketed it as a fantasy book, and nothing about spice initially early on when they're pitching art to readers. And the only reason I read it is because she's local to me. And then I got that, and it was just like the main character, like the main villain, never once made an appearance throughout the entire book. He always alluded he's coming, but never showed up. And I kid you not, like a chapter ended, and the second paragraph in the next chapter went to another sex scene because you could just tell she didn't know where to go. And so she started a thing, jumped to that, it broke off, went to like, they went and got ice cream, and they went back to another sex scene. I was like, oh my God, like how many scenes like this am I going to read?
That's
and
amazing.
At that point I was where I was like, I didn't want to DNF books. I didn't think you should. I think if I agreed to read it, I need to finish it sort of thing. Now I would have never made it past like the 3rd chapter. I would have just been like, here's my private feedback. I'm done. Sorry, I'm out. This is not for me.
Yep. I did that one a fellow author, and she's like, let's trade books and we'll review each other's books. And I was like, I don't like trading reviews because you know what, I'm going to be honest. And so she read Becoming a Druid and gave me 5 stars, and then she read Sins and Sorrows and gave me 5 stars, and then To Speak with Elders and gave me 5 stars, and I'm like, I really hope I like your book. And I read like 5 chapters, and I was like, listen, I'm not reading it anymore. Here's my review. It's 3 stars. I will publish on Amazon or not. Tell me what you want. But these are the problems I have. And basically, it's a 85,000 word book that should have been 60 because she just kept repeating things like 2 and 3 times in the chapter. I'm like, yes, we're aware of that plot point. Thank you for telling me again and again. And she's like, well, I only have 5-star reviews, so do not post that. I'm like, okay, sorry, I can't help you. So when I always get people in, Twitter like, hey, let's trade books and give each other reviews, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, Mike. Like when I heard you were reading my book, Platinum to the Darkness, I was like, oh shit, because like you're pretty harsh.
Well, my basically 4s and 5s I'll just post. The 3 or less, I'll be like, hey, this is what I thought. And if you want me to post it on Amazon or Goodreads, I will. And if you don't, I won't, because I'm not here to, spike. So, but yeah, I showed this before. My first book, I wrote 34,000 words, and I thought, that's a novel. And so then I was getting ready to publish, so I gave it to some people at work to read, and they all told me it was great and I should publish. This is the Haley Traveler version 1.
Oh, there you go.
In a binder. Look at that cover. Can you tell I did that in PowerPoint? So, yeah. Don't trust friends. Why I'm a hermit. That could be.
I mean, that is a bit of a hidden secret within, hidden to some, I guess, in the aspect of community is that, like, I know a lot of people that will say, if you want a real review of, or want to know whether you should purchase a book or not, message me privately. Like, don't go what said publicly, because, kind of like you said, Mike, like, there's a lot of people that aren't going to do it just because they feel wrong saying anything that could potentially hurt another author or a peer. And so it's like an author versus an author review. Like, some people are going to be brutally honest, and that's just who they are, and others are going to keep it friendly and share privately with friends what it is. And you'd have to be silly to think that it doesn't happen amongst reviewers too, of them sharing privately what they like versus what they say publicly at times. And I mean, everyone's approach is different, and so I guess you have to take everything with a grain of salt and also know the person of how they are and what they're going to be. And that's the basis you have to go with them with reviews in general. Like, everyone's review style is different, so how thorough or how much they're going to critique something or how harsh they're going to be is going to vary. I mean, there's people that I've got friends that only read books that have bad reviews because they want to see just how bad the book really was. Like, that gets them excited about seeing bad reviews. I'm like, you have too much free time. Why would you want to go read something that you think is bad? Like, that doesn't sound fun to me at all. I wouldn't even watch a bad TV show, let alone spend hours reading a bad book.
So, Bo, I started writing because I read a book. I'm like, this is going to be terrible, and I'm going to mock it the whole way. And I read it, and then I was like, the writing's not bad. I can't stand the story, but the writing is fine. Grammar's everything. And then I was like, you know what? I bet I could do this. And that's the whole reason I started, because I read a love triangle between teenagers, and I hated every word of it. Just the story, but I mean, the writing was fine. And I was like, I can't fault the writing. And I was like, I'll give it a go. I'll try it. And that's the only reason I started writing, was because I read a really not for me book. So,
pretty good. When is your teenage love triangle book?
No, never. I did the closest I will ever come to a sex scene is in Haley Traveler, and that's it. That is as cringy as I will go, and I don't even want to do that again.
Well, based on what got you started, Mike, we have to ask: are you Team Edward or Team Jacob? Because I'm assuming you were reading Twilight when you got all riled up.
I'm not reading Twilight. It's actually the woman. She had 5 kids, and she had her book published through Clean Teen Press.
Clean Teen.
So there's no smoking, no cussing, clearly no sex. You can have a kiss if it's a peck on the cheek. I was like, my God, how do you do anything interesting? Everything fun and no smoking, no cussing, sex, kissing. I'm like, what do you even have left to do? How can you come in?
You drive fast, maybe. Car crashes.
You can have clean fantasy and still have the book be good. I mean, look at what Z.S. Diamante is doing. Like, he writes all clean fantasy. I mean, there's a number of authors that are doing that you don't have to go necessarily to, like, the polar opposite of one way or the other, or have to go to, like, everything cringe. Like, I think that's why with Grimdark, it's hard to get in that genre for some people, because some people, though, the first book is good. It's a good balance of everything in there, and it's marketed as that. And then there's some that just go to the polar extreme of, like, they want to be as edgy as they possibly can with everything, and it gets to the point where, yeah, some parts of the story are good, but it's so much and it's so overdone for no real benefit to the story that it kills it as a whole, because their whole goal is to prove that they can be as dark and as edgy as possible. And it's like, no, just Focus on writing a good story and let the story tell itself instead of just trying to force scenes in that don't need to be there.
Yeah, I'm not much of a grimdark. Although I did have a couple people try to tell me that becoming a druid is grimdark, and I'm like, no.
I mean, it kind of is pretty messed up when you really sit down and think about it.
But I think people confuse grimdark and dark fantasy a lot. Like
that I agree.
They use them interchangeably when they're really different.
If that's dark, wait till see what's coming up in the series because, it's going to get dark.
Well, you said there's no sex scenes, so I don't know if I'm going to keep reading. I need that payoff.
Now we know where Tim gets most of his books at the grocery aisle.
Can you at least do a peck on the cheek, Mike?
Sure.
Because that's allowed in the teen fantasy, apparently.
Right. I mean, he might be an owl when he does it, and draw blood, but
That's great.
I mean, he just asked for a peck. He didn't ask for specifics.
Yeah, just a peck.
Oh. And one character's death that's coming that I know about, and I know that people are going to scream at me. I can't wait to kill them off.
I got my uncle mad at me last month. He read Song of Bones and there was a character death, and he got really mad at me. So that was exciting.
I mean, if someone's not getting mad at you, isn't that a sign that it's not good?
Yeah, I mean, the few signs I got that it really worked was I made 2 of my sisters cry when they read it, so that was good. And then my uncle got mad at me. So I took that as things working out. And he read the whole thing very quickly. And he's like, so the next one's ready, right? Where's the next one? Like, it's almost done. It's coming.
That's like an author goal to make people mad at you for killing somebody else, isn't it? I mean, that's the dream.
I always see the tweets and stuff like, this is my favorite kind of comment, and it's highlighting somebody yelling, and I'm like, WTF, like, what are you doing to this character? Why'd you do this? That's supposed to be the norm. If you're not getting those comments, then maybe you need to go back and re-edit again. Maybe you missed it.
It's really nothing better than getting a message in all caps that's like really not written well.
I haven't gotten that yet. I think that is when you have made it, is when you get the anonymous angries.
I've gotten some really mad messages from this one.
That's great.
And it's probably weird, but it makes me so happy. Like the fact that
yeah, someone cared enough to send that message to you. That's
exactly.
Sure that the care is in the negative, but there was care.
I go back and forth with MT Zimney all the time. She keeps trying to convince me that the character I can't stand that I'm going to fall in love with by the end of book 3, and I was like, no, I refuse. You're not going to make me like this guy. I will throw the book across the room before I will like him.
I don't understand writing characters that people don't like. I understand writing villains, but like, don't you always want to like the villain? Like, interesting, and like, you don't want to write someone annoying.
Have you read my books? The main characters are always annoying.
I'm chapter 5 in The Haley Traveler.
Okay.
Or 4. One of those.
Okay.
I mean, I can see doing that on purpose for subversion, but for like the whole series being that character that way, yeah.
Well, I mean, if a character's annoying, I would only do for a few scenes, then he's dead. Like, oh, that guy's fodder.
I think there's a difference between being annoying and then just being like a bad person as part of the overall story. Like, you need those.
Yeah.
Things like
you need the people that make you mad, but I don't want to make people annoyed.
Yeah.
That's different.
So the most annoying feedback I ever got was from my oldest brother, because he told me, "Do not put me in this book. Do not do that." And I'm a new author. I'm like, what? I need a personality. So I'm like, okay. So my brother Tim, he is totally Caradoc. I just won't tell him. And so I wrote it, and he read it, and he's like, I like the Druids, but I really like Caradoc. You need to have more Caradoc. I'm like, I'm killing him off. Damn you. Tells you all you need to know about brother Tim. But I was like, he's loud. He tells you how he is all the time. I'm like, yeah, that's the one my brother liked. I'm like, figures.
I just got to address Pippin in the comments. If you tell me that you like Barrow all of a sudden from the Greenbone Saga, I am unfriending you, sir. There's a line that cannot be crossed, and it cannot be friends with anybody that likes Barrow. You're done to me.
Yeah, I was wondering which character we're talking about. That was a great series.
Oh,
If my brother said,
I didn't know a book could make me cry till I read that series.
Yeah.
if my brother told me he had a favorite character, I would kill them immediately.
Oh, you like him? I can solve that.
But my brother doesn't read my books. I handed him my first book, and he goes, 400 pages? I'm not reading this shit.
Jeez, him and Mike would get along great.
Hey, it has to be under 500. That
My brother does my covers for me, and I tell him what to draw. I say, so have you read it? He's like, no, I'm not reading this. just tell me what to draw. Works great.
I feel like that's a lot of cover artists that don't have
in your family.
That's why I read the books.
Yeah. I think that's normal.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it doesn't feel normal at the time because it's like, dude, you're my brother, but then it's like, you don't read, you know, you're not gonna, this is for you.
So I've shared this once or twice before, but when you get to book 7 of my Bertani series, the last one, Return of Loris, so the ultimate bad guy's on the cover, there he is.
Oh boy, he looks like he's about to tell kids not to run in the hall.
The real question, though, is if you get your 500 subs, will he have the tattoo on his head too?
You know,
Is he fighting a bunch of rabbits?
Yes, killer rabbits.
Because
no one's ever thought of killer rabbits.
No, that's a unique concept I have not seen.
Sandboni will have to show him.
The Sandboni.
Mike, did we ever get the cover art for the one I was on with Shane?
Which one was that?
It was like a giant monster, which I know is not helpful.
Yes, I did actually. I did not get this last one, the lesser dodo. I still have not got back. Where did it go? I have it here somewhere. If I was organized. Okay, so it's not there. It's in my Bald&Balding folder. Creature creation. Where are you? Not the caterpillar, the Pugorius gigantus hex.
That sounds right, I think.
Oh. Okay, I can't find the picture. I have it. He gave it to. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I don't think you ever posted this one, or at least you didn't tag me.
Probably not. I'm really bad at social media stuff. But that's what he gave me, which I was not enamored with, but that's what.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
This guy. I imagine him wingspan much larger.
Yes, I told him it was like T-Rex size, and he gave me like Velociraptor.
He gave you a T-Rex.
I think the hands are wrong.
He has a Sandboni head too.
So
everybody likes a Sandboni.
But the one that I'm waiting on is the one that they did this last time. Let me show you, because this one
More pug, yes.
Run for its money. The lesser dodo.
Wow.
Oh, I love that.
That's really cool.
And it's preyed upon by giant mud skippers that live in desert oases, because of course it is.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's gorgeous. I love its horrible toe.
So we actually had Matt Slay on this one, who he used to draw for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comic books. And so he was doing this in real time as we did it, and this was his drawing. I haven't got the one from my guy who does color yet, but
It's cool. Got some turtle art.
So, so how many books did we all read in 2024? Did anyone keep track, like a crazy person?
I don't keep track.
I use Story app, so I've got it all logged in there. I did 50 this year.
50. Wow.
I think I did 37 or 38. It was logged on Goodreads, but I don't remember the exact number.
Okay, now I'm just going to not tell you what I read because I feel embarrassed.
I'm gonna guess Mike read 6.
Oh,
I probably read 4, honestly.
I'm probably up about.
I didn't do so good.
But I read the first book of Swords, which is 250 pages, and the second book of Swords, which is 280, and then the third book of Swords, 300. So, more Mike-sized books, so not as bad. And I read The Whisper That Replaced God. I read that in like 2 weeks. So.
You read Garden Maze too, didn't you?
I did read Garden Maze. I owe you a review still.
I'm waiting for my 3-star critical review.
I was like, okay, I don't really like fairy tales. But I'll read it. It's short. It's the appropriate length for me, and I like it. Wow.
I read about half of what I normally do this year. I only did over 30.
Melissa, 119.
I'm just going to go with she's lying.
You want to read a book about mice?
Talk about chapters.
Yeah, chapters.
Hey, John from our team read like 332.
He read The Haley Traveler when it first came out, and he's like, oh, by the way, here's a typo. By the way, and he proofed as he read it, and he did memes. So,
he memes everything. Like, I can tell you this. He might kill me for telling this, but his parents banned him from using memes at the dinner table because that's how much he speaks in memes. Like, that is his first language. He told us to the group about that one day, and I was like, John, like, that's not good. We might need to get you an intervention.
If you like The Secret of Nim.
If you like Nim, you like Redwall, you like Imagine, like Chronicles of Narnia, except they're all captured, kept underground, and they have to escape.
So yeah, I probably read like 20 books, which honestly, I told myself I'm going to only read indie because the best books I've read this year have been all indies, and then I start reading traditional again. And there are books that I read in the 80s. I'm like, let's reread this. It's been 40 years.
Hey, man, if it makes you happy, read it, though. I mean, like, that's why my Goodreads only reflects, like, the SFF books that I read. It's like anything I read that's not that, I don't put it on there because nobody that follows me on there wants to follow, like, stuff I read for work or anything I read for other interests and hobbies and things like that. So, like, it'll show 26 here, but I think if I figure in all the other books I read, it's somewhere close to, like, 35. Just from some other few things that I've read on my own, but like typically a year for me is somewhere between 50 to 60 SFF, and I didn't get anywhere close to that this year. There's just too much stuff going on, and trying to figure out how to build a website since I don't do website coding and things like that. Like took up a lot of my time, and then organizing a team and trying to figure out how to make 40 people work together and how to make that as organized as we could. Like free time had to go cut into all of that stuff, and then just in general, like reading just was not like. Nothing was drawing my attention the way that it had done the past 2 years. So
I get that, yeah.
I think there's a bad habit of people that they want to read all one or the other. They want to read all trad pub or they want to read all indie. And I don't know, man. Every time I hear people say like, I'm only going to do this, it's just like, then you're missing out on good stories. Look for good stories. Who cares how it's published as long as it's something you enjoy. Like at the end of the day, that's what should matter. I mean, not that I don't want to support indie because there's a lot of people that need help in that, and it's harder for them to get seen versus trad pub. But like, there shouldn't be. As a reader, you shouldn't care. I guess is my opinion. Like it shouldn't matter where it came from as long as you enjoy it. I can understand authors feel differently in that scenario about it, but like being to the conventions and seeing both sides hang out with each other, no one acts like that in person. But so I don't know why we would act like that online.
Yeah,
it's just good stories are good stories.
So Isaac, Tim, and Chris, are any of you book reviewers for one of the sites?
I'm not.
Nah.
No,
I would be a very mean reviewer.
Well, of the two styles that Bo talked about earlier, I'm the latter one that's like, oh, I really enjoyed it. I'm not going to be critical about every little thing, but I really enjoyed it, and I'm overabundant on my 5 stars because of I go by the enjoyment and the feelings and things like that.
That's great.
Yep,
Authors love you, Chris, for that.
We love you so much. Thank you for not pointing out little things.
Yeah.
Struggles. I'm like, I liked the book. It was good. The end. And I'm like, I'm like, oh, what was the character's name again? I just read 400 pages about him, and I can't remember the main character's name. So no one quiz me.
You gotta get quotes. Quotes make the review look so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Then I get to pay attention, like highlight or something. And
yeah.
Well, quotes make it easier too to remember scenes, like things that like stuck out for you. And then when you're trying to formulate your opinion on it later, especially if you don't write the review right away, like looking through your quotes and like, oh yeah, I remember that part now, and you can pull back to it. Because early on, like I was good about, okay, I read the book, now I'm going to write the review, and then I'll move on to the next book. And then it got to be the point of like, okay, I have a whole lot of books I need to read, so I'm going to read a bunch of books, then go back and write reviews, because it's just like for me to sit down and write a review, between the writing it and then proofreading it and then rewriting it again until I'm happy with it, that's like a good hour and a half, 2 hours sometimes, maybe even longer depending on how long the book was, for me to get where I feel comfortable putting something out there on the website. When I was just putting it to Goodreads, it was like, oh, it's a couple paragraphs and I went on with my day. Like I didn't care. Then when I was like, oh, I'm gonna pay for a website and try and make this like be something, then I'm like, well, now I feel like I gotta write, way longer and have more depth to it, or at least cover more of it. And
yeah, it's gotta feel earned.
Yeah, I got to feel like I'm putting value out there versus if I want somebody to come click and look at it. Like it's kind of like with like Bob, who's in the chat, like with our cover review, it was like that was why we have gone to the route we've gone with that. Is if we're going to do it, we wanted to make something that was interesting and stood out a little bit different and gave a reason to want to include us in them, because we're a new site, we're not anybody special in that regard. So what's going to draw people to come want to work with us, sort of thing. And then he just kind of ran with it and just keeps getting better and better and better at them.
So, and Tim made me so stressed out I lost hair when he asked me to put a quote for his book. I'm like, oh my God. I had to go. I was like, who's the main characters? I had to go look. I'm like, oh, Serena. Okay, let me make sure I spell that right.
I just was looking for I like this book, Mike Mullen. Like nothing really fancy or anything.
Oh man.
They're like, it's fine. I'm like, do I just want like one line? I'm like, I want to do like a paragraph to get like me in the mood, and then I'll like like a one. And yeah, so I gave you a gamish of crap, and I probably should have just self-edited, but details.
I'm gonna just edit it myself. It's gonna say this is the greatest book I've ever read. Mike Mullen, also wrote Becoming a Druid.
Just send it to me on Twitter, and then I'll copy it and paste it right back to you, so I actually said those words. So,
Validated.
Oh,
hey, if Amazon's AI can start putting random character names into blurbs, like so can you, Mike? It's okay.
Yeah, why not?
I noticed that, yeah.
And so I know I saw that Nick pointed that out with Fogbound that they got one of the characters' names wrong, and I started laughing. The second I saw that, I just started rolling. I was like, oh man, all the crap everyone gives Nick, and then that happens to him.
Oh man. So, yes, Shane, that would be my review. It'd be like Bilbo, and he felt this dragon thing, and there were these other things that lived in a mountain, and the slimy guy, and yeah, it was good.
Really good. There were the guys who were small.
I did one for Tim McKay's book, and all I wrote was a very glorious book. And I mean, that tells you nothing about the story of the characters, but it's all he's looking for.
Mike's could just be, it's under 500 pages, so I read it.
Appropriate length is what I would probably say.
Appropriate length. I may have finished it.
I do like when people market the bad reviews.
Yeah.
You gotta be brave.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an audience for everything, so I mean the old adage, whatever, like there's no no such thing as bad publicity or all publicity is good publicity, however it's said. Like, there's always a way to spin something in your favor if you really want to think about it and do it.
Like, one of my favorite indie books is The Crew. And, Bo, I know you love that book, too.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And he has a really funny 1-star where it's like, this book is immature. You know?
Of course it is. That's what it was. I mean, look what material inspired it.
I just find that so funny.
People get so... That's the thing with, like, you look at that cover, you can't think that that was going to be, like, some serious, like, this is going to be, like, a Sherlock Holmes and style. Like, it's going to be super just, like, mind-melting, whatever. Like, no, it's... Look at the cover, you instantly know this is going to be a wild ride. Like, it's going to be over the top, excessive from the get-go. And if that's not your thing, like, especially when he's marketing it as Deadpool meshed with Kings of the Wild, like, you already know the comic style. Like, don't read it. If that's not something that jives with you, like, just don't go into it. Like, I'm not going to go pick up a romance book because I know I don't like them. So why would I go do that and then negatively review it? Like, I don't know. People must have too much free time to go do that sort of thing.
Some people are really hardcore. Like, I've seen people on Goodreads with like 10,000 books with a 2.3 average, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty rough. You know?
Well, I think part of that is Goodreads' review structure is just horrible. Like 1 through 5 stars, that's it. Like, you can't give half stars. Like, I wish it was a 1 through 10, and then you could do quarter increments, like 8 1/4, 8 3/4, whatever the case may be. Just like, that's why we don't do ratings on the site, is because personally, I think ratings are dumb. Like, the description of the review should give you all you need to know about how they felt about the book, right? But on Goodreads, from what I've understand from talking to a few people that are librarians on there, if I was to go in there and mark a book as read and read a review, but I don't leave a star rating, it hurts them. I have to actually leave a star rating of some sort, or it's going to hurt the book when it's all said and done. It's going to tank their rating scale because it takes it as like a no star, and it actually drops them down, which is ridiculous. Like, I think that should just be an optional thing. Writing a review should be all that really matters, but because they base the star system on that, it's like, well, then every person that's been on there forever has been asking for something more defined than just 1 through 5 with nothing else in the middle. Like, work with the user base that keeps coming back to you, because it is the largest place. Like, Storygraph and all the other ones have cool features, but they don't have people, or they don't have the books. Like, nothing has come close to overtaking Goodreads, and I don't think it will, because, well, Amazon has the index of all the books and can make it readily available to the site with a few clicks, whereas everybody else, it's a lot of work for them to try and get everything incorporated.
Yeah, it's funny because, like, there's no consensus on what a 3-star means.
Right.
Like, some people, I have DNF reviews at a 3-star, and I'm like, wow, that's very generous. You know, it's just, you don't know.
You know, that's the Nerdy Narrative, who I like to watch her videos, but she was explaining her system. She's like, 5 stars was like life-changing. 4 stars is a phenomenal book. 3 stars is, oh my God, I can't wait for the next one. 2 stars is, I will continue the series. 1 star is not my cup of tea. And I'm like, that's great and all, but on a 5-star system, 3 is average. I don't care what you call it. That's what everyone else, 3 is average. So you can tell me it's still a great book, but, I don't believe it. Welcome, Bob.
Yeah, Tom Orange is kind of the same way.
Hey, Bob.
Bob is here.
Man, the myth, the legend himself.
Yeah, I just saw your note, Bo.
Bob, how long have you been doing the book reveals for?
Probably just over a year now.
Wow. You mean I could be that good if I was actually that dedicated?
I don't know about all that, but I joined Twitter to watch all the train wreck when Elon bought it.
Oh, it's been fun.
Yeah.
It's been real fun.
Yeah, so I was, out of curiosity, I joined Twitter. I was on no other social media. And I just was trying to find a purpose, and the two things that I do for fun, being an introvert, is reading and cooking. And so I just kind of gravitated towards those niches, and then I stumbled somewhere along the way. I started doing reviews, and then ran into Bo, and the Insiders started, and it's been all uphill or downhill depending on how you look at it from there.
How has that effect on people?
No, it's been a blast. I've found a living the tropes of found family with the insiders and all the authors we're making connections with and everything. It's been a tremendous reward as far as expanding the reading environment. I found the indie community. I mean, for 30, almost 40 years, I've been reading trad publishing up until I joined Twitter, and then I found the indies. Started connecting with authors, and reading all of a sudden meant a whole lot more. It just elevated the whole idea of reading and giving the feedback. I've jumped into done some beta reading even on top of things, the arcs, and feeling like being able to give value to some people has been huge. So this community has been giving me back more than I've ever gotten out of it, and probably ever will. So it's been a lot of fun.
So let me ask the authors here, beta readers, how do you find them? And I could ask my friends, but then I'm afraid they're just going to tell me what I want to hear. So I end up just going on Fiverr and paying people because, that way.
Oh, for real?
But I don't know, how do you find beta readers, and how do you trust them that they're not just telling you, no, it's great?
I give my book typically to my brother-in-law, who is very pedantic in the best way. And so my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law, they both attack the book from different angles. And if they enjoy themselves, if they like it, if they don't get lost, then I know I'm on the right track usually. But other than that, I have no idea how to find a beta reader.
I guess, Mike, just one question onto that. When you go into one of your projects, and I guess this is for all the authors on here, when you start writing a book, do you have another comparable book in mind that you think is going to be similar to the book that you're currently working on that you're looking for beta readers?
No.
Yes.
I can't even tell you a comp to Becoming the Druid, and that came out 3.5 years ago. I'm like, what's it like? No idea. Don't know, don't care.
I get all my beta readers from Fiverr.
Yep.
Because I figure if you pay them, they have to read it.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Or they stick it in their AI. Say, well, how is this book any good? Yeah, that's good.
Well, I mean, I guess I was lucky. I did all of my beta reading 3 years ago for the most part, so I don't think it's a big thing yet. The only problem is I do think it tends to be overly positive feedback.
Because they want you to do it again.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had 25 beta readers for my first book, and I'd say 20 of them were overwhelmingly positive, and it wasn't that good,
Right, yeah.
But what was really helpful for me was one of the people that beta read my first book, like the pre-edited version very early on, she annihilated it, just tore it to shreds, over 100 comments in the Word docs.
Oh, wow. That's
and
really good.
My initial reaction was being mad, being really hurt. And then I was like, this is the best feedback I've ever received, hands down. This is extremely helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Something you guys could try if you're not having good feedback with Fiverr, which I would guess the way you guys described both, that would have been my assumption, is you're paying them, they want to keep getting paid, they're going to say whatever so that you keep coming back, would be to go on to Goodreads, find books in the same genre. That doesn't necessarily be comparable, just at least in the genre that you're writing towards, and look for people that are writing really in-depth, really critical reviews, the ones that are being harsh and tearing it apart, and DM them and say, hey, I've got a project. I see you like this style of book. Like, I would love to get some honest feedback. Can I send you a digital copy and get you to read it and let me know? And be upfront, it's a beta, and see if they're willing. And they may say yes, they may say no, but I know that the Sullivans, that's what they did early on. That's how they built their, their reader base, and how they built kind of the champions for it. And they talk about that on the Publishing Rodeo podcast, of how they leverage Goodreads a lot to find ARC readers, and I think even their beta readers came from that as well. So, I mean, that'd be if you're looking for critical feedback and you find reviewers out there that are super critical and willing to do that aspect, it'd be a way to do it free of charge, because most of them, I'm sure, would do it without a cost in that regard, and they already like doing it, versus going and paying somebody that is maybe not going to give you exactly what you're looking for, because they're more interested in the money than anything.
That's a really good idea.
Once you start to build that team, they might know other people, and you could leverage that and ask them like, hey, do you know anybody else that would, that kind of reads and reviews like you do that would want to do it, and start formulating your actual beta team and then your formal art team, so you have that consistent base to send out to 50 or 100 people or whatever it is that you want to have from the get-go before it ever hits public. Building your own little community based around your brand.
I will say I used Catherine D. Graham. She's actually on Fiverr. I used her as a beta reader, and she did line by line, with comments in Word. It's like $100, and I was like, "This is gold." Except I'd noticed before the people I had read it, I was like, "Everybody reading this is male. I should probably have a female read this, just maybe one." Women may not want to read my book. You never know. And like you said, like you were saying, Isaac, came from a totally different point of view. And I was like, hey, you know what? Now I can, include this, because she's like, I'm confused here. I'm like, well, you're clearly not a teenage boy, or else you wouldn't be confused. But yeah, so that is now with my beta readers, I'm going to make sure I get at least preferably multiple women and multiple men reading it, and give me lots of feedback. But I had 2 from Fiverr for Haley Traveler, and the one guy was done in 6 days. He wrote like 2-sentence paragraph of each chapter, which was kind of worthless. But then his overall comment was like, okay, I think this is good. You need to explain this part more. He had like 2 paragraphs at the end somewhere, and I was like, that was gold. It told me everything that I need to go and focus on. And then I had Catherine, who actually went line by line, and like, you don't describe this room at all. What's it even look like? I'm like, another white featureless room. Okay, yeah, that's my writing for you. So, yeah, I'm going to readers, and I'm going to make sure they're more diverse, because, I'm actually trying to be, reasonably okay at this thing.
And like getting really harsh feedback sucks, but it's the most helpful thing that can happen to you as a writer.
Oh, I love getting edits back, and Ro is my editor, and he's always like, this is stupid, don't do this. And I'm like, thank you. Because if you try to couch it in, this was an interesting take, but I don't, I'm like, no, I'm just going to blow you off. I'm a 17-year-old kid still. You got to be direct, and you got to yell at me, or else I'm not going to pay attention. So Ro gives me exactly what I want for editing, because he has no problem telling me I'm stupid.
Yeah, my editor's favorite line is, I don't quite understand what this means. And when I see that, I know, just kill this line. It's it's not working out.
I got my beta readers.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, sorry. I just kind of got my beta readers initially because I posted a chapter a week on my website initially when I was writing the whole thing. And so people that were reading it and making comments then, I talked to individually in messages and kind of asked for feedback and asked specific questions about things like, hey, does this work? I'm writing this way because I'm trying to do something that's not, this is a traditional, trying to find my own like author voice and what have you. And they're like, oh yeah, it's great. And then once you got in beyond that, people were like, I don't understand. I'm losing my place here because such and such. And well, that was a specific question I asked. So it's the difference between getting people that do professionally, like on Fiverr or even the Goodreads. That's an awesome suggestion to check that out. But just people that read casually who are more prone to give those 5 stars and things like that versus people who are critical. Trying to find that out when you're first starting out is really rough.
Well, and there's a skill of discernment that needs to go in as well. You being able to tell, like, regardless if it's an editor you paid for or whether it's somebody on Fiverr that you're doing a beta reading, being able to tell what's really good feedback and what's them just being nitpicky or wanting it the way that they want it, that's versus the way you're trying to tell the story. Because, like, I know I've given feedback to authors I'm friends with before, like, hey, like, this doesn't feel right. And they're like, well, wait till you get to this chapter and it'll make more sense. Like, this is a setup. You're missing that part. And then I go back and reread it after I get to the part. I'm like, oh, yeah, I missed that part at that area because I was only looking at the current, I'm looking at the tree instead of the forest in that regard. And I think that with feedback, that can be very easy, and especially when people do a lot of it, then they start to just kind of feel like they have a level of expertise that they might not always have. And so the feedback they give isn't always as great as it maybe could be, which is why I don't ever want to be a beta reader. I've tried a couple of times and I hated every minute of it. I'm like, no, I can't do a couple chapters at a time. Like, give me the art. I'll tell you if I think the story is good or not, but like I need to read it all the way through because I get so stuck in the different spots. Then I'm like, all right, well now I've started another story. I don't want to jump back to this one when you got the next 5 chapters ready or whatever. Like I'm just not good at that. That's not a skill set I have or desire to have.
Yeah, I can see that. Even like on instances where like, oh, read the next chapter and I'll figure it out. Well, do I need to foreshadow a little bit better that people are going to figure it out in the next chapter? Do I need to add a little 2 sentences or a little sentence or a couple words just to foreshadow? So that sounds very valuable. Much better than what I got initially. That's for sure.
No, I've put the brakes on beta reading for the most part, except for a very select couple of authors. I'm on a team for one author, and it's hard reading for him because I start reading his work, and I start going into just reading as a reader and as a fan, and forget being critical. So I've got to go back and backtrack sometimes for him, but it's been a rewarding experience for him. Because I've actually seen him incorporate some of my feedback into his work, which is pretty cool. Another author, this has just blown me away, and I have her book. I'm going to read it, but I've read the first 3 chapters for her, and it took me forever. I was trying to line edit stuff, and that is not my strength. My background's accounting, finance, but there was just so many problems with it, and I didn't ghost her, but I did bail on her. But I gave her in the Google Doc a ton of feedback, saying just all the stuff that I just can't read this, and this is what's going on. And she would rewrite it and come back and really improve it. And then we kind of drifted apart. And next thing I know, her book's published, and it's getting rave reviews. And so I'm kind of scared to read it, but I'm excited to read it too. But she did comment. She said, well, our interaction, our feedback convinced me I needed to go get professional editors. And there's a difference between beta readers and professional editors, line editors and overall editors looking at your grammar and your sentence structures and everything going on. And I really didn't know what I was doing. I was just saying it did not read well. And being a beta reader, you got to be honest. And to Bo's point, it's difficult to do it a chapter at a time without seeing everything. So ARC reading is pretty much my sweet spot. And I have done some beta reading. Had an author that outside of science fiction and fantasy asked me because she knew my background. I'm accounting, finance, and she had a character who's supposed to be in accounting. And it's a good thing I read it because I helped her out with some stuff, and she's actually querying that book right now. So, but that was a rom-com mystery of all things. So, but yeah, you have to be selective for your beta readers, and be picky and be critical of them on top of everything, whether they're Fiverr or you're picking them up from your community. And those types of things. So it's a challenge, and beta reading's a huge responsibility. And I'm not up for it for a whole lot of guys, but there's 2 or 3 authors that if they send me something, I'm going to read it for them. But I'll kind of lock that down because it's intimidating as hell.
It's a big ask because you're pretty much saying, hey, take 6 hours out of your life to read something that's not complete. I mean, it's a tough ask.
And potentially reread it multiple times as it goes through. Yeah. Have any of you guys thought about leveraging something like Royal Road for that? Like putting it out there, like the serialization and getting the feedback and the comments from the people that read on there to get input as well? I mean, I know they use it for other reasons, but I mean, could be an area with a huge reader base that likes to read just a little bit at a time that might potentially give you feedback in that scenario.
I tried that with... Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't want any issues with Kindle Unlimited, so I kept it off everything.
I experimented with Kindle Vella at the beginning with Garden Maze, and there's nobody on Kindle Vella, so and then I didn't understand the legality of it being on Kindle Vella, and there's a lot of legal stuff, and so it kind of scared me off from doing that.
Yeah.
So I can tell you, Laura Huey, she's mentoring with somebody. She's going to do Royal Road and they basically told her, write 2 books, and then you'll put, so many words or chapters at a time, and you'll have months in advance ready, so you can do one. And she's actually mentoring, and her next book is going to be serialized like that, and then everything else. So she would actually, if you're interested in that, she'd be the one to ask.
I know Nicholas Fuller is doing that with his debut as well. He's going that route. So, I mean, it's another person that will have feedback and can let you know how things pan out for him.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm going to retire in 2.5 years, and what I really want to do when I retire is, I'm that guy when I read a book, I'm like, it's fine, wait. There's no way this can happen. In chapter 3, you said this. In chapter 18, you said, I am the person, I will catch every plot hole, and I will just be like, no, you are dead to me. You cannot write a story, because I am one of the 6 people in the world who actually worries about plot and not character. So, I want to be like an alpha reader for somebody, and I'd be like, no, this does not make sense. Change it. And just be able to, give kind of that feedback early on.
So what I'm hearing is you can hire Mike on Fiverr in 2 years.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking for victims. I mean, people who would want to work with me. I will tell you, when I was on Critique Match early on, and I had 2 different people. They were reading my book, I was reading theirs, and both of them, before we got halfway through, I'd found so many plot holes. Like, okay, you know what? I'm not submitting anymore to you because I got to rethink this whole thing, but I'll continue to read yours. So they both read my book and gave me feedback, and they both stopped giving me their chapters, and I was like, when? But I mean, I was like, listen, this guy cannot hit anything. He's like worse than stormtroopers at shooting. And then as they're trying to escape, he hits a moving tire on a tree canopy road between the trees as they're going 60 miles an hour to pop the tire and make it explode. And I'm like, no, he has missed on his first 140 shots. Have the perfect shot. You cannot do this. He had snow in the bayou of Louisiana. I'm like, I got some.
Like, haven't you heard even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again? Come on. Luck could happen.
So, yeah, both of them were like, okay, yeah, I need to rethink this. Thanks. But the one was Canadian, so I knew he'd continue reading mine because he's too nice to not.
Yeah.
All right, I'm heading out. Have a happy New Year, everybody.
See you, Tim.
Happy New Year. Ugh. So, anybody want to send me their next book?
Yes, I do. It's not ready yet, but yes. In about 2 years, I should be starting my sci-fi project.
Okay. Are they going to be mice in space?
No.
For that.
No, it'll be people and aliens. There might be some mice aliens. I don't know. Yeah, there'll be mice somewhere. They get on spaceships all the time.
Yeah.
Mice and rats.
Mice and rats. That's my specialty.
All the ships, less propellant needed to get them where they need to go. Yeah, there's a lot of advantages there.
Yeah.
They don't live as long, so they'd be much more motivated to get there faster.
They need less oxygen. They eat very little. They are plucky and they want to escape things, so they have to be willing to be on the ship.
The problem is they might try to chew the wires. They're
Yeah.
not.
Well, you have to give them special wires they could chew, and tell them you can't chew these, and then let's go chew those. So they leave the important ones alone.
There you go.
If you like mice, guys, have you read the Malevolent? I can't say the word. Malevolent 7, I think. Is that what it is? I just read it.
Malevolent 7? Are these 7 malevolent mice?
Yeah, the Malevolent 7. No, it's not mice, but they use mice in it. It's one of the wizards. That's his ability, is to control mice.
That's funny.
Or as a mage or whatever, and they use them in weird, interesting ways. It was quite funny the way that Sebastian wrote them into there, and just the way that plot went. Like, they'd be little messengers. Like,
that's funny.
And bite the guy, and once they bite him, then it releases a poison, allows the person, the other mage on the other end, to start communicating with him through that mouse. And so the facial expressions and things like the mouse would do, he could tell that was his friend talking to him at that point. And it was just an interesting little dynamic that I hadn't seen done before. I'm like, That's not what I would have thought of, but all right, that works.
I think my favorite use of mice or rats in a book was Terry Pratchett's The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents. It was like a twist on the Pied Piper story that was just delightful. Very, very funny. He has a way, I'm sure you all know Terry Pratchett, but he has this way of, he wrote the most visual and audible crashing scene with a bunch of dishes. Like, it was done, I could hear it, I could see it. It was the best breaking of dishes ever in a book.
Nice. So, Mike, you only want to read sci-fi that's in space, I guess? Is that what I'm getting?
So far, I have one sci-fi. I'm coming out with books 2 and 3 this year, and my novella collection. It's going to be like 12 novellas. That's also in space.
Nice.
That one is the humans get through a wormhole to a space station where there's 5 other aliens, and the 5 other aliens are based on the idiosyncrasies of my dogs. And the one that he deals with is going to have the name of my dog. And so I'm writing this because I'm going to enjoy it. I don't know if anyone's going to read it. And so the first book is just he gets to the station, and the next 5 novellas are going to be he goes one-on-one with each dog to, let you know what the species is like. And then after that, I'll have to get around to a plot maybe. But but I'm like, I'm writing this. The Grendels, the Buddies, the Creightons, the Shadows, and the Flypeas, they're all there. And they're all going to get their own, novella where I get to expound upon their race, which is to be surprisingly like dogs, personalities. So I'm writing. I don't know if anybody's going to read it, but I'm writing it.
Have you read Fire on the Deep by Werner Vinge?
No.
He has the best aliens ever, and they're kind of based on dogs. They're written, so their introduction is very confusing. It's written in a very odd way, and then a couple paragraphs in, you start to get what's going on. So they're like a hive mind alien group. So a pack of dogs come together to form one mind, and their name is each name of the pack squished together. And if they ever get separated, their personalities split and they kind of lose intelligence, and now they're just a wandering soul that has no purpose until they find another pack and they join in. It's very fascinating. He does a lot with this concept.
Yeah. Ro read the first couple chapters of my novella, and he's like, "Why are all your aliens so concerned with smells?" I'm like, "Did I not tell you they're all based on my dogs?" He's like, "Oh, okay." So, which is hard because there's not a lot of vocabulary around smells. So it's kind of hard to write, but.
Yeah. What was everyone's favorite book they read this year? That's a good end of the year question.
Oh, I know what it is, but I have to look it up. So I forgot the title.
Well, my book of the year was Dandelion Wine by Ray Bradbury. First time I read it.
Dandelion Wine.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
Haven't read that one yet. I liked his the one everyone knows. It's
Fahrenheit 451.
The one with the carnival. Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Red October or Red Country? I forget what it is already. But I don't know. I've just kind of gotten into more stuff other than reading Fahrenheit 451, but way back in high school.
Right.
So, Fortress of the Damned, and J.R. White, the guy who writes weird westerns. And this is bizarre because I'm not a big western fan. And the first book is Shadow of Wolves, where basically Clint Eastwood type character. He goes into a town and there's a werewolf that he has to kill. And I don't want werewolves. I don't want vampires. I'm totally over that. I do not want it. And it just works. I don't know what it is about him. I told him I was listening to his book when I was driving to Chattanooga for Comic-Con. And I'm driving, listening to the book, and all of a sudden, like, what's that light that came on my dashboard? It was my gas lamp. It had 20 miles left of gas. I was like, oh shit, I didn't even pay attention. I've been listening. So I stopped. I got gas. I got back in. I'm driving, and the damn light came on again. When I was like, I'm like, no, I got one chapter left. I mean, it just, I don't know what it is with his writing style, but I'm there.
Nice.
So
You said that was Fortress of the Damned?
book 3, Shadow of Wolves, first book. But yeah, he's an interesting dude. He was a professional MMA fighter. At one point, he was teaching martial arts in Leavenworth, Kansas, on the right side of the jail. Yeah, he was a chemist at, I forget what lab he's on. One of the military bases. They're doing funky, chemistry. He couldn't talk about exactly, but he's like, yeah, chemistry lab too. We did. Yeah, lives in Florida now. He's my favorite author. I read everything he writes, and
Nice.
I tell everyone about him. He's like, dude, you didn't write this. You're not getting royalties. What are you doing? I'm like, mindless drone that loves work. Just shut up and let me do this.
You're a champion of his books. Every author needs champions.
Yep. And I champion his much better than I champion my own.
Oh yeah, same here. Horrible self promotion. I'll write multi Twitter thread things for any indie author I read that I love the book, like both the Katie Andrews that I've read this year, Hills of Heather and Bone and the Wild Skies. We'll get into her other stuff later, but she's my new favorite author that I discovered this year. But multiple posts on Twitter for her, and then multiple paragraphs where I do the reviews on Goodreads or what have you.
Katie's awesome as a person, just in general. Like, I'm friends with her and I've got to hang out with her a few times. She's awesome.
Yeah, I've seen her food interviews, but
yeah, Wild Skies is what gave me the idea of doing the whole novella series, because that's what she said she's doing with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I should probably ask her how she plans on marketing it, or something silly like that. But we have the Meme Master here.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. Trying to get my headset stick next to the phone, but aside from that, it's doing good.
So we're just going through and saying what our favorite reads of the year is. Have you read any books this year?
Any of them at all? Maybe a few? One or two?
Or 400. Well, I have a list.
Have you published that list, or are we breaking new ground?
I mean, it's...
Oh, wow.
Oh, a real list.
Yes. So... I've read...
I remember Jonathan did all of Davis Assure's entire back catalog in like a week. That's like 13 books that are all like, I don't know, 600 to 800 pages a book.
Wow. So do you read with like your finger going across really fast to keep up, or like?
Nope. I just use a really small font size on my iPad, and it works.
Oh, nice.
Kill my eyes.
You just absorb it.
Yep. It works.
Awesome.
So, top books. Give us a couple at least.
What was the standout?
Probably Ryan Cahill's for the length. The 1,400 pages of Ward Ruin. Then have to go with, let's see. If you cannot tell, I'm looking through the list. The David Estes' series was pretty good. Magefall one. I can't really find a one that stood out as really good. I just liked all of them.
That's a good problem to have.
Yep.
Yeah, I was telling them earlier how you read the Haley Traveler, and not only did you do memes, but you're also like, there's a typo here. You need to fix this. I was like, oh my god, it was like the final edit because stupid Mike had done had changed things. So
yeah, that's crazy helpful, especially right before you launch.
That's how you end up with the same chapter twice in the book.
Yep.
You're not the only one to do that, Mike. I've seen that in a few books, so don't feel too bad.
This is my proofreader here who's, it's not her fault. Somebody was stupid.
Well, with Melissa's book, it was more the program messed up, and it it drove me off the walls. I think it's fixed now. I need to go back and read that.
I've had that with some of the NetGalley books I've got, where whatever they used to format the ebook was absolutely atrocious, and it was just so miserable to read that I ended up DNFing books. I'm like, listen, you guys got to do a better format, and then I'll come back and read it. Like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
There's no chapters, there's no nothing. Like, I can't tell where anything's at. Like, this is just horrible.
If the program fights you, then I mean, reading's supposed to be effortless.
Yes.
I mean, when I did my revision in 2023, the first iteration of it, all the italics were gone when I loaded it up. So all the internal dialogue and all that stuff is just like, oh, that's nice.
I forget, with Garden Maze, I used Atticus to format into a ebook, and that was really easy, except when I copied and pasted out, it didn't copy the italics. So I spent all this work editing, doing all this other stuff, and all my italics were gone. So I had to go through and figure out what needs to be italicized, what needs to be left alone. But it was a novella, so I could do it, in a couple of days. But I'm a lot more careful with my italics now when I'm jumping between processors.
Mm.
So,
did you have some standout books?
For me, I really, really, really loved The Last Unicorn by Peter S. Beagle. That blew me away. That is really freaking good.
I haven't read that one.
Oh my goodness. I gave it to my sister. She said it was boring. I don't know what's wrong with her, but The Last Unicorn is a monument to fantasy. It's a little tiny thing. Every paragraph is a gem. Every sentence is a wonder. The characters are just marvelous. I loved it. I loved every moment of it. I couldn't read more than a couple pages at a time because I would just stop and take notes about something. It was just so genius. It was masterpiece.
Oh man, I have an old copy of it on my shelf, but I have not read it yet.
I love it. I fell in love with it.
Man, I'm gonna have to pull that and put it down to the physical TBR.
I have the Glance edition of it. I got my good buddy Craig the Bookworm on Twitter, or Blue Sky now as well. Like he was kind enough to help me out and get a copy over there, and then send it over because they don't have the rights. The Glance Emporium can't sell stuff in the U.S. So anytime they have a special edition of something I want, I'm like, hey Craig, can you buy this for me, and then I'll pay you. And you send it to me. And so that was one of the ones I got because I saw it and it was gorgeous. I was like, I gotta have it. I've heard good things about this story. I buy all these books that I want to read, but then I'm like, I get all these arcs that people are like, hey, can you read this? And I'm like,
yeah,
I can. Oh wait, yeah. So like all these behind me are like, someday when I decide I don't want to be super active in the community, that I'll get around to reading that things because there's so many other ones that I've promised to read that trying to find that balance is hard.
Yeah, I bought like 5 of his other books right away after that. I'm reading right now. What's it called? Innkeeper's Song? I think it's Innkeeper's Song. I'm only a couple chapters into it, but it's getting me that vibe again. I really like the way this guy writes. It's just he says things and does things I just haven't read before. Like when I'm writing now, I'm like, okay, I've already said he's looked over there. What's another way to say that he looked over there that's interesting and doesn't feel like I'm trying to be smart? It's effort. He's unique and effortless, and it's like I can't describe it. I just love it.
So Isaac, I have to say you win the hat war since you're the last person left wearing a hat on the show. So
I win. I'm so glad.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Bo is wearing.
No, Bo has a hat.
Yeah, I got a hat on too. I gotta keep the reflection off my bald head.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Because the only lighting in this room is directly above me. It would shine super bright if I didn't have a hat on.
Yeah, I don't have any hats in here.
I guess two standout books for me this year. I don't like saying I wouldn't say they're necessarily my favorites because I don't like putting that out there as like this is a preferred favorite or this or that. I know I'm friends with way too many authors, and I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings, but ones that for me stuck out that were is gonna be one for traditional publishing. It was a sequel that I've been waiting on, and so it was supposed to originally come out last year and then got delayed, and so that would be from R.R. Verdi, or as a lot of people know him as Ronnie, The Doors of Midnight. Just the sequel in that series was something I was very, very eager to get my hands on, and even once I got my hands on it, because of some other obligations, it took me to get to it. But once I was, like, it delivered everything I was hoping it was going to have on it and more, which makes me that much more eager to see where he goes with the third book on it. Because depending on, I guess, when Rothfuss finally drops his book, they can't make comparisons anymore if Ronnie drops his first, because there won't be anything out to compare it against, and he gets a lot of hatred for doing his own version of what Rothfuss did. And someday I hope to go back and read Rothfuss books and just see the differences of them. But I think Ronnie's stands on its own. It's his own telling of it, and he by no means does not hide the fact that it was inspired by what Rothfuss first did. So if you like beautiful prose and just stuff that has a beat to it, like he talks about it in some of his interviews, that the book was written in a way that there actually is a musical tone to it. And so, like, if you do the audiobook, the way that the narrator does it, it fits a certain rhythm that needs to be there, just like you would in music. Like, he's very specific about it and worked with the author to make sure, or the narrator, to get just right. Like, everything is written with that in mind, of the way it does. So the original book is the intro to that was one of my favorite books ever in terms of just getting me sucked into a story. And then on the indie side of things, Sam Paisley's The Winds of Truth. I think I'm pulling up the full name here because I'm drawing a blank on it. Or The Winds of Change, sorry. Winds of Change, The Elements of Time is by far the book I probably promoted the most this year, just because for a debut, I think he hit it out of the park. Like, he delivered on everything he could have. He definitely took the time to get it right. And I was blown away. I had everything that I wanted out of a big chunky book like that, and had enough twists. Like, he deceived you enough when you thought you knew what was coming, and maybe some people figured some things out ahead of time.
20%. Every 20% through the book, it just flipped on its head.
Yep, like, he kept teasing you, like, do you think it's going this way? And it's like, nope, it's going a completely different path that I think there's maybe twice that I saw or had an inclination of what might be coming, and the rest of the time it was like, I did not see that. I had no idea that was coming in that regard. So that to me is a lot of fun.
Hit by a truck multiple times.
Yeah.
What was the first book you mentioned?
The first book would be The Doors of Midnight. So it's the sequel to the first binding.
Gotcha.
So it's a tale on the Silk Road, and like an Asian version of what Rothfuss did with I'm trying to blank the name of the story now.
Okay.
Name one.
Winds of Change.
Uh-oh.
Oh, lost Bo.
Oh no. Bo was dropping too many secrets and they had to get rid of him.
There he is.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, it's his version. Yeah, version of the name of the game. It's a similar style story.
Okay.
So, Doors of Midnight.
Yep.
So Mike will never read it because it's too big.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Although I interviewed him, and I was like, man, it really sounds like a great book, but it's just too many pages.
Yeah, that's another one that I think is probably. I think Elman's Time might be too big for Mike too.
I will tell you, both Tim Wolfe's book, Platinum Tinted Darkness, And I resisted that book for forever because it has like an angel on the cover, and I did 12 years of Catholic school, and an angel cover, because I went to that and I relive it. But I finally read it, and it is, oh my God, I love that book. And then the other book, now that Laura's not here, because it'd just be a self-love if I can't mention it with her here. But Sunset
Sovereign.
Yeah, this phenomenal book. And then finally, EL sent this to me for free, which he didn't need to. I would have bought it. But Heirs to a Flawed Creation. I think it's you have to know about the book. And he's a book. It's a series of short stories, and then but that one is all androids, and then Adrift in the Cosmos or whatever is all human stories, and it's right on the cusp of Android War #3 coming up in this, and mind blowing. Oh my God.
The Sunset Sovereign is fantastic. It's deceptively cozy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's such a quick, easy
I'm in
read.
the middle of The Doors of the Night. Yes.
That's a book. I mean, The Doors at Midnight. Anything Ronnie writes, like it's something that's going to make you think. Like there's so many. It's written, I guess, for Isaac, since you're not familiar. Like it's written a story within a story, so he uses the framing narrative. So there's so many moving little parts that if you try and get too far ahead of it, you're going to miss something, because there's always just something around the corner that's going to take you on another little twist that then ties back to another piece later on, or tied back to a part from before. And so it's one of those ones that, like, I love it because it makes my brain hurt reading it, but at the same notion that I'm like, all right, now I want something like Laura's book or something super easy for the next 2
Right.
or 3 so that I can just coast through it and let my brain kind of reset while I'm still thinking about that, because it still resides in my brain. Like I said, I often think about the first binding and the intro to that book and how it started, because it just sucked me in so hard.
Right.
Yeah, you should read Garden Maze between these books. I hear it's really good.
Yeah, Garden Maze is a great cleanser. Great palate cleanser.
Isaac's books are on my TBR. I've told them that before. Like they're things of interest for me.
Yep. Garden Maze doesn't have a rat in it, but has a rabbit.
Uh,
Along with the Rat is a fun read too. The Song of what I have it on my Kindle somewhere.
Oh yeah, you read Song of Bones, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I still need to get around to writing it. It's just life.
Yeah, Jonathan knows about the rats and the mice.
Yeah.
Every project I do, it has something to do with mice or rats in some fashion. So now that I'm aware of it, now I'm actively trying not to let them sneak in.
Rats in space. You gotta have it.
Did you have rats or mice growing up, or now, or anything? Or?
Okay. This is a fantastic story. When I was young, we were living in Texas. I'm the oldest of 9, so we had a lot of kids. So when this happened, I think there was just maybe 5 or 6 of us, and for some reason, we wanted pet mice. We wanted pet mice. So mom was like, okay. So we go into the pet store. We pick out our mice. The lady at the pet store, okay, do you want a boy or a girl? I want a boy. And then my sister's like, I want a girl. And so we get our mice, and they put in a little thing, and we get the mice. So all of the mice end up in their giant cage running around like mice, and they have more mice. And my mom, I don't know why this didn't occur to her when she was buying the mice that this would happen, but then she's like, oh, we have to separate the boys from the females. So we do that. So the boys have their cage, the females have their cage, and the baby mice are running around. And one morning we come in and see the baby mice. The mother is dead, and the baby mice are eating her. They're eating her face off. My sister discovers it first, and she goes, ah! She freaks out. It was tragic. It was horrible. I think my dad took all the baby mice and flushed them down the toilet. But he told us that he let them go in the field somewhere. Yeah. That was exciting. That was great. And then
Awesome story.
Awesome. The boy mice lived happy lives. They didn't eat anybody. They were in their own cage.
This is why you get kids puppies.
Yeah. Puppies are way easier. The babies don't eat the moms usually.
No, moms eat the babies though.
So maybe it is that mouse trauma that made me want to write so much about rodents.
I was just thinking maybe you're tied to like a mafia family and you got a thing with rats, and so it's just like a hidden meaning.
My name was almost Ratso. My dad made a bet with a friend that he would name his firstborn child Ratso. And for a long time, he was pressuring my mom, like, I got to win that bet. His name's got to be Ratso. But last minute, I became Isaac. So I was almost Ratso. I think it would have been a really cool Ratso.
Was it at least a significant amount of money for the bet, or what was the...
I think it was like $15.
Your mom is a smart woman. Your childhood would have been traumatic with that name.
Well, I was homeschooled, so I would have known. If I need a pen name, yep.
That would have been great.
That'd be too on the nose then. I write the thing about the mice. That'd be way too on the nose.
When did you find out about the Ratso?
Oh, he's told me that my entire life. Probably when I was born, he told me.
You could use that name for doing books in the Derby that Laura does, where you gotta use a fake pen name and write a story for. I forget how it is, how it all goes down, but I know you have like a certain topics and you have to write the story. And then eventually, once it's all revealed, then you can put your real name on it. So that could be your fake name for the count.
Yeah. That could do.
But you're not allowed to spend any money, so you have to edit it yourself, which is a deal breaker for me because mine would be illegible for you. I don't have the freedom, and don't even get free when there should only ever be a hyphen, and the other two can just go.
You're cutting it out quite a bit. I heard that it would be hard because you need editing.
Oh.
The internet's a wonderful thing until it stops working.
Yeah, it's marvelous. It's just marvelous.
Yep.
I love it.
Bo's aggressive typing over there.
That's not me typing. That's Jonathan.
That's Jonathan.
Is it Jonathan?
Jonathan, what are you working on?
Yep. Logging into my laptop to work on reviews and maybe read a book or two.
Oh yeah, might as well read a book as you're on a live stream and get that done, I guess.
Why not?
Knock out a couple in the next 30 minutes.
If any of you knew Bert from Bert's Library for a while, he was around. He used to do that. He'd get on live stream calls like in Discord to people to sit and chat and talk, and he'd have his Kindle just out of screen so you couldn't see it. And every once in a while, if you paid enough attention, you'd see his arm move to swipe it. And he was going through the whole time while talking to people. He's reading. I'm like, how the hell? Yeah, I'm like, I couldn't concentrate on both things at the same time. That one of them's just going to go in the one ear and out the other. And he would respond as soon as someone said something to him. And
Wow. The most I do on that is have audiobooks going for a couple chapters in the morning when I'm starting to work. But that's all reading and stuff, and I can pause it if I need to write something or what have you. But man, reading something while people are talking, that's no.
Yeah, I need absolute silence. I need everyone out of the house. It needs to be just me. That's probably why I don't read as much as I should.
so I read in my basement. I shut the door. I turn the AC fan on so it helps to drown out any noise happening upstairs so I can be quiet because I get too distracted with my ADHD. I wish I could do audiobooks because then maybe I could keep up with people. Not to Jonathan's level, but people that are breaking $100 a year I could probably do if I was doing audio, but I get too zoned out. I start listening, and next thing I know, 4 chapters have gone by, and I have no idea what happened because the only thing I heard was circus music in my head.
I can't stand the audiobooks because they're reading the character. That's not how I would read that character. I mean,
I like them if they're like the sound booth audio or whatever it's called, where they do like the dramatization.
I would hate that.
Companies that do it too. Oh no, I listen to podcasts like that all day at work, where it reminds you of like the old time radio before TV took over. You got different voices and sound effects like that will suck me in. But like
Right.
the couple that does like all of Brandon Sanderson stuff, I forget their name, and a lot of the really popular, like it is so monotone that it just puts me to sleep. I'm like, all right, I can't sleep tonight. I'll go put that audiobook on. I'll be out in 5 minutes. Like it's just does nothing for me.
Do you guys hear the voices when you read? I saw on Twitter or something. Some people do, some people don't. Like my sister-in-law, she can't visualize anything. She visualizes nothing. She reads just language. I'm very visual. I'm seeing things. I'm hearing things as I'm reading. I wonder if like, are you how do you guys read?
It depends. Sometimes I hear the voices, but sometimes I'm like, no, just tell me the next plot point. It really kind of depends on how invested I am in the character. But the one thing I was told when I did my audiobook is a guy told me, he did a casting call for voice actors, and he goes, I listened to at least 30 of them. He goes, and I got chills when I heard my main character being read to me. He goes, that was the voice in my head, and he's like, I'm getting this guy. I don't care how much he costs. And so that's what I did when I got James Munier, who's from, southwestern England, because that's where the story takes place. And so it's wonderful. I was like, you know how to pronounce all the place names better than I do. I'm not going to give you a list. But that was it. If you ever do an audiobook, you just listen like, yes, that's what I hear in my head. That's it. So that's what I did, and I could not be happier. I'm really scared when I have him narrate the book how much he's going to charge me per hour, but I don't want to switch now that he's done the first 3. So he kind of has me over a barrel.
Right.
It's a rare exception. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's a rare exception for me to be able to visualize anything. So on occasion, I'll have an author that just has a really deft hand at sprinkling in the prose the descriptive stylings that actually helps me see a room or the character's movements or something like that, where it does suck me in. It's like I'm the kind of person, if you tell me to imagine a bright red apple in my head, how clear is it? I see nothing. So I'm on that end of the scale. So when an author does suck me in and is able to do something, that's exceptional for me. But generally, I'm just reading the text and I'm processing the story and the narrative. Dialogue is everything. The interaction between the characters. I just finished a book by an indie. He's getting ready to do his follow-up for it, hopefully this year. Christopher Brandt, Blade for Hire. And something he did in his dialogue, he has these 2 characters that I've seen quite a few live performances of Shakespeare and his contemporaries from some very good troupes along the way. And I just imagined those 2 characters up on the stage with their dialogue. It was just back it would have fit in an excellent performance. It was just like, and before I said anything publicly about his book, I DM'd him and said, dude, how influenced are you by Shakespeare and his contemporaries? And he's like, oh, I fucking hated those in school. Everything. I was like, dude, I'm not saying you're Shakespeare, but man, I imagined your characters in a Shakespeare scene and everything. So I appreciate when an author takes me somewhere. It's like another one that with the descriptive stylings that blew me away in Sea of Souls by N.C. I can never pronounce her name.
Scribner?
Yeah. Her descriptive stylings just throughout the books, just peppered in. There's no purple prose or anything like that. It's just the way somebody can take and tune a particular sentence or that pertains to a character's actions or the sounds that's being made. Not everybody can do it. It's just I don't know how to describe it, but when when they're able to accomplish something along the way, and it's just sprinkled in, and it just gradually sucks you in, and it's something to be really appreciated. So it's like for me, I have zero visualization, and when it does happen, it's just I'm left in awe. So
wow.
So another one that did a lot of that for me. I read my first I can never pronounce his name, Guy Gabriel Kay.
Yeah.
I read my first one of his books this year because another author I've read was says she's just so influenced by him and her work, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to see this because I read her work first. And I read his first work, The Summer Tree, and it's not even supposed to be his best work. I thought it was phenomenal. It's just another instance of the descriptive stylings throughout the book, and how he carries his characters through the scenes and everything was something that grabbed me. So I guess yes and no. I do visualize, but it's rare.
So do you like audiobooks or do you like reading?
I have not found an audiobook I can complete. I've tried several. I've reached out for suggestions. I'm kind of like Bo. It doesn't matter if it's a theatric performance or just the more monotone. It's next thing I know, like Bo said, 4 chapters have gone by, and I don't know what the hell happened. But I did see somebody recently say, have the book in front of you, either on Kindle or whatever, and have the audio at the same time and read with the audio. I might try that sometime. I've heard a couple people say that brings it more alive for them. So I don't know. So
Interesting.
I might try that sometime.
Immersive reading, I think people call it.
That's what they call it, immersive reading. I always thought everyone saw, like, I always thought books came to life to everybody, because I kid you not, I couldn't read or write until I was in the 5th grade. I got passed all the way through most of grade school with my ADHD, with them just ignoring it because I was so good in the other subjects, and the teachers back then, like, at the time when I was diagnosed, which is obviously way different now, but you couldn't just go to a doctor and get diagnosed or get checked. You had to go through the school system, and they were very strict about when they would do it, and made it a huge pain in the ass, essentially, for my parents. And so my 5th grade year, they fought and fought and fought, and they finally got it approved. And that's when I got diagnosed. And I spent my entire summer between 5th and 6th grade year with a tutor for 8 hours a day, which is just lots of fun in the summertime on your summer break, getting caught up to the point that I could then read above where I was supposed to be reading, but I needed that one-on-one hand time with it. But as a result, like, I never had an imagination develop, so I always just assumed it was because of that. Like, I always thought everyone did that way. So when I got into reading a couple years ago, I asked my brother, I said, did these stories come to life for you? Because the first time one did, I asked him, and he was like, no. Like, I've never had something come to life. I just read the text, and he's like, there's never a visual. And I don't have it happen often, but usually when it does, that's the books that you'll see me talk a lot about. And I'll mention that, like, their writing made this come across like a movie in my mind, and I was completely immersed. And that's when I can do like 1,000-page book in 4 days, because I just can't put it down. Like, every free minute I have, I'm going to pick it back up and read it. Whereas normally I read for anywhere from an hour to 3 hours every night. But I'll inevitably take little breaks here and there as my eyes get tired or whatever. I'll read for 3 or 4 chapters, watch a 5-minute YouTube video, read 3 or 4 chapters, do that, and then kind of make my evening progress that way. So it just depends on, if the writing's good enough and sucks you in, it's very hard to put a book down once that happens.
Yep.
So you were like an alien discovering taste for the first time.
In a way, I mean, yeah. Like,
it was just overload.
It was just one of those things where, like, the timing of when I got into reading and why I needed to get into reading was out of a necessity, and so it was more of just I'm doing this to offset something else. And then probably a year into it was the first time I read a book that really just came to life with me, and I was like, okay, now I get why people say books are better than movies, and now this is clicking of why people enjoy this. But it's definitely not everyone. I mean, it's few and far between when an author really can write in a way that brings the story to life. But when it does, it could be the worst story in the world in terms of, like, grammar or anything else. But if it can suck me in and have that happen in my imagination, instant 5-star. Like, I don't care if all my friends hated it. It's getting 5 stars for me because it took me out of this world and put me someplace else. And that's the whole point of doing it, is to go read and escape for a while.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm primarily an audiobook listener, so like 40 of those 50 books that I read this year, audiobooks. So the voice is not a problem, obviously, from that. But I do visualize the zines. I love just having a movie play in my head. The hard part is translating that whenever I'm doing the writing. But when I am reading, though, especially if I'm reading like nighttime story to my kid, I try to do voices and he tells me to stop. But I do have voices, accents, whatever going in my head. Always kind of been a little bit of a performer back in high school. I did stuff, and then I do D&D now. So I love doing character voices for my characters. So I really love diving into that side of it. So yeah, it's a movie in my head for pretty much everything on that.
That's fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I always think I don't see a lot, but like I've read the book and then the movie comes out and I'm like, no, that's wrong. That's not the way the main character looks.
Yeah.
If I had to describe how they really look, I'm like, well, I don't know, but that's wrong. I have something in there, but it's kind of like a dream that you kind of vaguely remember, but you can't piece it together.
Interesting.
Sometimes I like it if I watch the show first, though, because then it does give me a voice to go with a character. Because I haven't read all of Terry Goodkind stuff. I started reading his first book years back. I tried reading it. I know he's kind of controversial in the community. Some people love him, some people hate him. But I had watched the Seeker series, the TV show, and got hooked on that. The 2 or 3 seasons that they ran before they canceled it. So then that made me want to try reading the book. And that was the first time I ever really tried reading a big fantasy book, and it didn't stick at that time in my life. But I did get probably halfway through it, and I think the only reason why I did was because of the TV show, and I could hear the different characters in the book from the show, like instead of the voices in my mind, and it made it more enjoyable. But now it's the exact opposite. More often than not, I'm reading the book first, and then I'm adapted watching it and going, "This sucks. They screwed this all up."
I had that experience reading Jurassic Park for the first time. Because I grew up with the movie, I've never read the book. So that was, all the characters were there, and they're just waiting for me. It was really cool.
Oh, the book was much better than the movie. The movie was great, but the book was better.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I've heard the book is way more, well, not only obviously more in depth, but just the level of, I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Grit's not the word I'm thinking of, but it's the closest thing I can put to it right now. Just of like the gore and the grit and just the
it's a lot.
Everything happens. It's much darker in the book than it was in the show.
It's a lot more realistic. Like he was probably inspired by stories of real life escaped animals in zoos and what happened. So it was done very realistically, very accurately, I think, to how a dinosaur ripping into a person would look like.
The apex predators. I think the first movie is better than the first book, but the second book's better than the second movie. So I know outlier on that one.
I love the second book. The second book is so different from the first book. I really hope that I heard a rumor that the new one they're making right now, they're inspired a lot by how stuff in the second book they didn't use in the movie. So I'm excited to see if they have a good Jurassic Park movie for the first time in a long time. But yeah, I'm a big fan of those books.
I mean, that'd be Hollywood having a good movie for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. Last one I saw that I liked was I saw Nosferatu on Christmas. That was freaking dark. My goodness. It was very good.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah. I knew it was going to be dark. It was really freaking dark, man. I don't think I'd want to watch it again. But it was very, very good. Very well done.
Yeah, we watched Sonic 3 here recently in the theaters, and that was a great movie. I think they did a great job. My kids loved it. So my oldest was bouncing in his seat in the after credits.
I think they did a fantastic job with the Super Mario Brothers too. It's just that
that was fun.
Right now are rehashes of stuff that's been done. Either it's a remake of the original show or something that's very closely tied to something that's already been made. And like the day I saw an ad on my TV for Amazon Prime now has a Cruel Intentions TV series based off of the movie. I'm like, did you really need to redo the same? Like, come on, guys! Like, all that money you're spending, you can't do something a little more creative. Like there's so many books out there that could be adapted, and you're just going back to something that was like okay when it first came out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I saw that movie once and was like, I'm good.
I want anytime if it's HBO's doing an adaptation, I have faith it'll be good. Everybody else at this point, I have zero faith that it's going to turn out good. But I'll probably watch it just to see how bad of a train wreck it is.
I think one of the few movies I've watched that has little disregard to the book material is Ready Player One and Aragon. And Aragon
What?
is not the movie.
What was the second one?
Aragon.
Oh, Aragon. Oh man, that is the first movie that I remember hurting me watching.
Ready Player One hurt me. What they changed on that story, how much they changed of that for no reason at all, I was so frustrated. That literally was the first movie that I was like, I called my brother immediately afterwards. I'm like, now I understand why you hate movies over books. Like, this is stupid. They wrecked the freaking thing. But if I had never read the book, I would probably love the movie. It's only because I've read the book and I know how much they changed. And I get you have to adapt things. There is going to be that there because you can't have that inner dialogue that you would have with the characters' mental aspects. So they have to find ways to fit that stuff in. But like to completely change entire character arcs or placement, like they changed the challenges for no reason. They changed where the group met up. They introduced all the characters that don't normally get introduced. I think it was like halfway through the book were there at the opening credit scene. Like they already knew each other. The Dyrock, one of the main protagonists in there, like is a completely different character arc from what he was in the book. Like it's so radically different, and it didn't give any value to the original story. Like I can't believe the author signed off on that. But then again, I read his other books, and he's basically a one-hit wonder when it comes to writing. So yeah, money's one thing, but I would think you want to, if you're trying to build an audience or you want to have it to be something that stands by what you did, like I'd rather see authors be more like Sanderson, put their foot down and be like, no, like you're gonna stay true to what I wrote, or we're not gonna do it. Like I don't need you to do this. The book is always going to be better anyways in that regard.
I wonder if
trying to give little concessions, but you don't have to rewrite the whole damn thing.
Who wrote the screenplay?
For that, I'm not sure. If I knew, I'd like to go walk up and kick him in the shins, though.
Steven Spielberg was
Ernest Cline and Zach Penn. Ernest Cline worked on the screenplay.
He should get kicked in the shin too for trying to make it modern for no reason. Like it was already good the way it was.
I wonder if Spielberg being involved intimidated him to be like, I better do what Spielberg says.
Maybe. That's why I'm excited. I haven't read Mistborn or any of the Cosmere, but I have read Skyward, and I absolutely love the Cytoverse that Sanderson created. And I've watched enough of him online to know he's not going to get bullied into changing anything just for the sake of changing. Like he's been pretty vocal after the first season of Wheel Time aired of his frustrations with what they did to that show and how he's not going to let that happen to his content. And so I look forward to whatever he finally puts out because I know it's going to be about as close to a one-to-one adaptation as you can get while still making the right concessions you need to make the movie make sense. And
Is he getting a Mistborn movie?
He's got stuff in talks for. There was a movie. I can't remember if Mistborn was a movie or a TV series, and there was something else. One of a series I know there's talks for a book, and the other one there was a TV series for it. And
I mean, if Amazon wants a winning series, just they already have access to Sanderson.
I don't think he's going to work with them, even if they did, because of what they did. But I don't know. He said at his conference that just took place in December, the beginning of the month, I think it was, that one of them got dropped. Like right now, like the movie part, they had people in it, and some people pulled out, and so now there's new discussions kind of happening, and he thinks that'll happen. And the other one, he's like, I can't give details. It's still moving forward. Like I can tell you more when it happens, sort of thing. So it's kind of like Fonda Lee. She's had multiple people pick up the Greenbone saga, and then it's got dropped. And that's another one that needs to be a TV series, not a movie. That could be the next. If you ever saw The Warrior, that was on I think Cinemax, and then eventually became HBO when they bought them out or whatever. Like that's a fantastic series. And if I remember right, Bruce Lee's daughter played a part in that series, like in the writing with it, which coincidentally she just partnered with her for a book. But I think they could take some of the actors from that would fit the characters in the story that she wrote perfectly and be a runaway hit with it, because there's so much emotion in those books that they can do, and there's not a ton of. I don't think there's as much inner monologue as there are in some other books, that I think it'd be very easy to adapt it and have it be really close to the source material and have it just be a fantastic series, because the way the magic system works and stuff, you don't have to get over the top with it. I mean, it'd just be a really good urban series to put on TV, like a Netflix or HBO or somebody pick it up and turn it into easily 5 or 6 seasons. Because in my opinion, they should have broke up book 3. Like, I think that should have been longer. It should have been a 5 or 6 book series instead of condensing so much as they did in the 3rd book.
Did you say it's urban?
What's that?
It's urban, you said?
It's an urban fantasy, yeah.
Well, that's extra cheap to make. Just find a city.
Well, I mean, it's set over in Asia. Like, they call it
Asia. That's a problem.
It's basically like, you haven't read the series. It's martial arts meets The Godfather, essentially. So it's a martial arts mafia, and the magic is based around a mineral that they can mine and turn into basically jewelry and embed it in themselves or have it as a necklace, whatever. And that gives these certain people extra abilities to jump higher, run faster, that sort of thing. Like, it's not like super over the top abilities, but it does make a difference in what they do. And yeah, it's a fantastic series. Everyone, in my opinion, should read it if they even have remote interest.
It doesn't have to be a live action TV series.
No, go anime or something.
Yeah, just if it's set in Asia, go with whatever the medium is over there, and it might.
Yeah, but that only gets you the Asian market. Then, like, that's not gonna the stuff over there. It doesn't have mass appeal in the U.S. and the U.S. is where you're gonna make all your money. Like, I hate to say it, but like, anime is not huge everywhere. It's huge over there, and it's niche over here. So like, Arcane is a breakout success over here, but it's not the norm. It's a rarity in that regard.
Yeah, my wife immediately dismisses anything anime. It's like, this is made for children. No, just.
That Lord of the Rings anime didn't do very good, did it? In the box office?
I think it did okay, but not anything great. But I mean, Lord of the Rings right now in general, I think the Amazon Prime series kind of tanked it for people. Like, I just think they burned so many people that now no one has interest because they don't trust it.
It's limping along.
They letting it die for a couple years and then bringing it back.
I have some hopes in their Gollum project because Circus is involved. It might be awful, but I have some hopes. He did those monkey movies; those were pretty good. So maybe his original monkey can do one more last good trick.
I should probably get off. I need to go watch a movie with my better half and kick back and enjoy the New Year's as it brings in.
Priorities.
Talk to you later then.
Yeah, it's fun chatting with everybody, though. I'll catch up with you all soon.
Yep.
See you later.
I think I'm going to bail, guys.
All right.
See you, Bob.
Take care, guys. Thanks for having me.
So now you win the hat thing.
That's why I stayed this long. I was waiting for all the hats to drop out. I'm the final hat.
There you go.
Unless we count Jonathan's. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. He's got the ear things and he's got the hat. It's 5 a.m. for you? It's real early?
Oof.
So you're the first one in 2025, aren't you?
Yep.
How's 2025? Feel safe?
It's the same old. It's only been 5 hours, so anything can happen.
So,
anything. 5 hours young. Anything could happen.
How many books have you read in 2025 now?
2.
None.
Oh.
I mean, I could probably finish.
That's a record.
Hold on. 147 pages. Never mind. I would not be able to finish Chris's novella in
Poppy, we don't have lives. Yeah. This is all we got.
And Roe wanted to cut it off at like 55 minutes.
He missed all. We got really deep into technique and stuff there at hour 2. I thought we got some good stuff about reviews. Yeah.
So, do you guys? I'm getting to the point where it's like I almost don't care about reviews. I know how every author is. Please review my book, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't care because I sell some books on Amazon, but they're the 99 cent, the first book in the series, and I make no money, so who cares?
Yeah.
And whatever money I make at Comic Cons, and no one checks my reviews at Comic Con. So I'm getting to the point where I'm like, do I even care?
I care.
Yeah, I care.
I'm a narcissist. I like the attention. I like people to pat me on the head and say, "Good job."
I don't know. I'd like give me a 3-star if you want. I don't care. Just tell me why, and then I'll probably mock you and say you're stupid because I'm that mature.
My favorite, I think, I have one negative review that I know of. It begins with, "This book really disappointed me," but then it ends with, "I enjoyed myself." So I don't know what he was trying to say. I wish he began with, "I enjoyed myself."
I had a guy who he gave me 3 stars, which for his review was very kind. At the end, he's like, "I can only recommend this book if you finish every other book on your TBR first."
Was this the Garden Gnome or the Haley Traveler? Or not the Druid one.
Is becoming
a Druid. Yeah.
And he's like, and I didn't like the book because basically things just happen.
I mean, that's a book.
And I told Rose that. He's like, "Well, you could say that about The Hobbit, and that did okay."
I think the Bible does that too.
So, but he apparently he wrote 3 books when he was like 14, and now he's 21 and he's in college getting his literary degree or whatever, and so it was just not good enough for him.
Yeah. I went through that phase too, where I thought I was very smart, and I had to be smart about everything. I think I've grown out of it. I think I have.
Well,
but yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, even when I read his reviews, I was like, "Oh, well, you know what? You bought the books, you get to say whatever you want." But
That's true.
I'm just like, dude, they're going to read your reviews and they're like, "I hate this reviewer," because he just comes across as very know-it-all. And he's like, and it sounded like it was just, everyone was in on the joke except for me. I didn't get it. And I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that. So
I think so. Yeah, we grab it. I have nieces and nephews now that are very smart. I try to play little jokes on them. Like I'll say something that's insane. Like I'll say "Is your pocket hungry? Does your pocket want any food?" And usually at the beginning they would say, "No, pockets can't eat." But then they get wise that I say stupid things, and they say, "Yes, my pocket's very hungry." Or my niece, who's really smart, will say, "No, my pocket's already eaten," and she'll show me something that's in her pocket. And she's like 3 years old. So she's smarter than I ever was at that age. So if I can't outwit a 3-year-old, I can't outwit anyone. I mean, come on.
I think you can outwit me because I'm in 50 and I'm on the downhill slide, and I'm about a 3-year-old now. So
Okay.
Man, both my kids, I've got a 9-year-old, well, 10-year-old, 10 years old and 15-year-old. They've grown wise because we're very sarcastic in this house. So I think that moved them on up, and they both read well above their grade level. They're my 10-year-old, but they just did testing. He's like 12.9 plus grade level wise, and my oldest one was that way too. So it got increasingly tough to step over on them, but it's always fun to find that one thing where like, "Oh, you fell for it." But they're both kids, I guess. But my oldest one's definitely getting to the age of an older teenage boy. No, I know this. So I'm getting full into that right now.
It's funny that we all go through that. I wonder what the purpose of that is, other than to have some harsh realities splashed on us at some point.
Well, I mean, I think when you graduate high school, you're like, well, I made it through school. I'm smart now. And then you get a taste of the real world and you realize, wow, there was not much useful stuff taught in those 12 years. But you're the highest person in the school. Everybody, you know more than everyone else. You're bigger, stronger, faster, and you're just, I am special. And then you go to college and you're like, huh, there's others, huh.
No, you've returned.
I lied. I'm back.
What happened? Now I'm no longer the hat winner. Why'd you do this to me?
Listen, sometimes you need to be challenged, sir. They've lost interest in watching a movie this evening. They're watching a TV series on Netflix and don't want to stop. So I was like, okay, well then I guess I'll go hang out with the fellas.
The fellas.
Yeah, Saturdays are family movie night, so we all get together then.
Yeah, it depends for us. Like, we watch movies at different times, but like when it starts to get late in the evening, sometimes she'll be up for it. Other times she's like, nah, I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. Like, whereas I'm a night owl. I'm up till all hours of the night pretty much every day of the week. So I don't need as much beauty sleep.
So, Chris, when is your next book out?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When is your next book out?
I don't have an ETA yet on that. I'm hoping next year. I'm into chapter 6 on writing it. And I've got bullet points out the wazoo for the rest of it, and I already know how I want to read. I want it to end and stuff like that. So it's just a matter of finding the time to do it and get it in there. So I think it's like 30% done right now.
So June.
I will try. I had a
Hoppy, stay away from my hat game.
Oh, man.
I have to wear the trophy for at least a little bit. But now, Bo's here now. He won the hat game. His glasses match his hat. I don't have glasses that match.
They just look like they do. They're actually different than the hat. The hat's black, and my glasses are actually a color shift. So they'll, depending on how the light hits it, they're a dark green, a dark purple, or like a gunmetal gray.
I think that still wins.
Obviously, that game is on another level.
Yeah. And I don't know about anybody else.
Hats.
I'm sorry. I guess Isaac and Mike. I get sidetracked by other projects.
Yeah.
I don't know about that at you guys, but I've got different docs going for different series I want to do, and it's all sorts of bullet points on those too. And you definitely find yourself thinking about those, and I should be writing the current book I'm supposed to be doing, but I've got these ideas, so I'm gonna go ahead with that. It's stuff where that creativity.
Different whips do you have going at a time?
I just have one whip going, but I mean, like, I've got the stuff that I've got bullet points for that are various plus points, stuff like that. I've got, I think, just 3, but those, yeah, one's a standalone cozy sci-fi that Jackson Dicker kind of challenged me to do. I guess I kind of accepted the challenge anyway, but he was in his little Between Two Ferns shows that he does. He was interviewing Travis Baltrey and doing alliterations on different titles, because he does the bookshops and bone dust and stuff like that. And he had one that was Maidens and Microbrews, and I was like, that's actually a really good title. And he said, well, you write the book and I'll write the forward. And then I came back with 2 story ideas. It's like, okay, which one are we going to go with? It's like, oh crap, that was fast. Let's go with this one. So that's my next project after I finish this book. So it'll be fun. I've got to learn a lot more about making alcohol.
Jackson is of a human being.
Oh, he's awesome. I love him. So freaking hilarious.
If you ever get a chance to meet him in person, he is such a wonderful person to be around.
I bet.
If you need things with the alcohol aspect, let me know. My cousin actually owns a brewery, so I could probably connect you with somebody who could ask questions to.
That's cool. Yeah, I was gonna look up local breweries here and pick their brains about things because I don't know anything about bourbons and whiskeys and other than like general concepts of like age and this kind of stuff. So I've got like it's gonna be D&D based kind of world anyways because I love the whole world. So I'm gonna do a whole fantasy series based in this world, and this is gonna be like a standalone cozy. And then I've got 2 other, I guess, sequel and prequel kind of things after a cataclysmic event. I already know what I want to do on both sides of that cataclysmic event. So I'm making bullet points on all sides of that. So it's kind of frustrating getting sidetracked off on all that stuff. But
local microbreweries too. A lot of them will offer classes on that stuff too. Like they'll do public. I know a lot of them do free public classes to come in just to kind of get people interested in the craft and the hobby. So those are fun things to attend if you get them in your area.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm definitely, like I said, I'm definitely gonna check that out. Man, I don't even know where to go on like talking about that because it's the whole magic system. At least for making the alcohol is going to be more of a artificer kind of magical device kind of thing, and then adventures ensue from these 3 sisters trying to help out the farm and the farm town that's going through a drought. And man, I don't know. I've got so many ideas in my head on that, and I'm just trying to also think. I've got to also research cozy fiction a lot more to figure out what elements I should and should not include because I've got so many things. Like I want to put a dragon in it, but how dragony can a cozy fiction get? So I've got toned down dragon stuff on that, negotiating instead of like fire breathing dragon stuff. But it's going to be a whole lot of fun. I think there's a lot of aspects.
You did a good cozy with a dragon in it.
Yeah.
And Teller of Small Fortunes also has a dragon in it. Without giving too much.
Teller of Small Fortunes on my research list for that, and I've got a whole little list going for that. I've got to get more into it as well, but I'm always looking for more recommendations.
Teller of Small Fortunes is a lot of fun for cozy. Like it's definitely different than what Travis did in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously some similarities as well, but it was a lot of fun. Sounds like your book is too old for Jonathan to read, though. You can't drink it, Jonathan. Well, you can in Germany, but
could theoretically, yes. Theoretically, I could drink, but not in the US.
European rules.
Oh man, it's a fantasy setting, which is like European rules, right?
Oh. So I just bought 2 of Poppy's books and added more to my TBR that I will probably never get to in my life. But again, I'm limited by so.
Well, you're retiring in 2 years.
2.5. I wish it was 2 years. Trust me, but I do have a countdown clock at my desk, and I have 916 days until I retire.
I keep hoping I'm going to find a way to read faster because I own enough books right now that at my current reading speed, I'm pretty sure it would take me like 20 plus years to get through them all. Now, granted, some of them are duplicates and things that I've gotten, but and I own way more ebooks than I own physical, and I already own too many physical. But
my TBR is like 10 years long.
Yeah, well, a lot of the ebooks I got are like 99-cent sales that was like, okay, well, I already have the physical, but now I have an ebook in case I want to read on the go, sort of thing. And I did grab Poppy's in the mega sale. That was one of the ones.
What is Poppy's book?
Like your 16 books on that mega sale.
Your mountain.
You say what?
Your mountain.
I heard up your mountain, but I'm pretty sure that's not what you said.
Yeah, Mike's cutting out bad tonight for some reason.
Not your mountain. That makes more sense.
Yeah, the problem with those mega sales is it's a lot of the same books every year. So by now I've got most of the stuff that's on sale. So I skim through and it's only a small portion of things I don't already have.
Oh.
But that looked. I remember hearing Poppy talk about one of Mike's interviews, and it sounded hilarious. And I was like, anything that can make me laugh, I'm down. And that's why I like Sadir's The Crew, because I laughed from page 1 till the very end.
Yep.
I'm in the Poppy Book Club too now.
Nice.
One.
I don't know how much my TBR is going to be exploding into this year because I know end of last year I had like a dozen booktubers, and I don't know how many books I added, but it was ridiculous because everybody's doing the end of year list and like, oh, that sounds good. So I'm wondering how this year's going to do. Oh.
I've given up on pretending like my TBR is a real TBR. It's just anytime I see a book that sounds of interest, it gets added to Goodreads, and at some point I got to figure out when I got to stop buying books because like, I'm going to have more than I can probably read in my lifetime if I keep at the rate I've been going. But I do have 2 more bookcases on the way, so I at least have to fill those, but that won't be a problem since I have a Broken Binding subscription to both the fantasy and sci-fi. Like, I always have something coming, so...
Yeah, I've got a long-term wish list and then the short-term or short list TBR stuff I actually bought, which is probably closer to 150, which is still 3 years. But still,
I slowly make room as I get through like arcs and things that I've gotten. Like I hand those back off to other people or do giveaways for them because it's another controversial thing in the community of some people flipping and selling arcs versus just giving them away. And for me, it doesn't feel right to try and make profit off of that. If it was sent to me for free, it should be passed along to somebody else for free. Now, if the book is signed and dedicated, then I keep it because that's like a token thing to have. And also, it's just weird to give somebody a book that has your name in it, unless it's like my brother, which I do give some of my books just because if he has an interest and I pass him along. But otherwise, the stuff I don't like, if it doesn't jive with me, that's the first thing I do is pass it along to somebody else, like either in the team or somebody else in the reviewing community I know that might like that style book. That way, at least it gets read and gets reviewed. If I'm not going to review it, I might as well give it to somebody that will. And at some point, the stuff I bought, I'm sure I'll read some of it and not like it, and then sell it off and make space and reclaim some of that. But FOMO is real. But a lot of the hobbies that I got into during COVID, like they're all things that you had to buy into group buys or different things, and if you didn't do it when you had the chance, you couldn't get it again because they were all like niche products and niche things like custom keyboards and stuff like that. And then when I got into books, that's kind of the same thing. I asked forever, and no one could ever give me a good explanation of why traditional publishing won't put books back out once they just get out of print. Like if there's demand, like Christopher Rocchio, his hardcovers are selling for stupid amounts of money secondhand because you just simply couldn't get them. Like there's a huge demand for this. Why are you wasting money on the table that you could be cleaning up as a publisher for people that would want to buy these books if you would just re-release them? And thankfully he negotiated a deal and got his Kickstarter, and then shortly after that, then the Broken Binding got rights to do them too, so other places are finally producing them. But there's tons of authors like that where their books are out of print, but there's people that want to still buy them and can't, and it just boggles my mind why they would lose that revenue that they could get both for the author and for themselves. So now I just think everything I think I'm going to like. Obviously, you guys control it, but
there was that one book that was making rounds on Twitter a couple weeks ago. There is no anti-memetics division. Did you see that go around?
I haven't really been paying attention to social media for the past couple months. I've kind of been on a ghost on there for a bit. I pop in little bits here and there, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's like I think it's an indie book, but there's no paperbacks, there's no ebook with it. Everyone says it's amazing. It's called There Is No Anti-Memetics Division. It's like a weird. It's like a weird fiction kind of James Vandermeer Authority kind of thing. It sounds like something I would really enjoy, but I can't buy it.
Yeah.
It's like a new book too. It's like it hasn't been out very long.
Is it only available in certain countries?
I don't think so. I think it's out of print, published in 2021. This guy, the author is QNTM. QNTM is the author name.
Independently published. The author apparently decided they didn't want to produce it anymore. I mean, that's got to be an author decision with it being self-published.
But not even have an ebook?
maybe there's something wrong with it that they wanted to stop.
5,000 reviews, 4.5 stars.
I mean, that would have never caught my eye on the Twitterverse. Like, that cover just doesn't do anything for me. I would have skimmed right past it.
It's the right kind of stupid that grabs my attention.
I just saw memes, and I'm interested already.
Yeah, same Melissa said she's going to publication. Like, yeah, I mean, if you're not happy with the story or if it's not doing well and you don't want it to maybe hurt the rest of your, can't think of the right word here, but the rest of your releases or whatever, like it would make sense. It's just frustrating as a reader to know that when there is demand and people want it and the author wants to do it, and then, you know, in the case of traditional where they just refuse to do it, it's just weird. Or, you know, like I've bought books before where I bought a special edition, or in one case I bought a numbered edition or a lettered edition, of a book. And then even with the broken binding and all their success and power, when the sequel came out, because the way the market changed, they couldn't release a sequel in that same edition. And so that was for like one of Stephen Orion's books where like the prices went up so much, whatever, for how they did the first one, they couldn't match it to complete the series. So they gave you the option as the person that bought the kind of the super limited edition or whatever, if you will, to buy the normal special edition to go alongside it, but you don't have matching books. And so like I don't care about necessarily matching numbers as some people do, because like when you buy things from like Waterstone or other companies, they don't guarantee you that the way the Broken Binding does. But if I'm buying a certain set, I want it to carry over. Like I could never have a shelf where I'm like half the series is hardcovers and half's mass market paperbacks. Or like people that do that, God bless you, but that's not me. Like my OCD will go insane on that regard. Like it's just not gonna work.
Yeah.
And I am very much a hardcover whore. Like they look nicer on the shelf. They're not as nice to read, but they seem to hold up better. Like they don't get broken down as fast typically. And probably because my older brother's in the hardcovers and he's the one that got me into reading, so that also probably affects it. But and that was the first books with sprayed edges, and I'm a sucker for sprayed edges. Give me all the pretty extra artwork. Like that's what will get me to spend my money more so than anything.
I mainly.
How well do the sprayed edges hold up?
So far, pretty good on most of them. The only books I've had issues with actually have been gilding. Gilding rubs off faster than sprayed edges seem to. Unless it's if it's a hand done sprayed edge, then hit or miss. But like the actual digital printers where they just hold up a machine and zaps it on, like that seems to do really well. But I haven't read a ton of them yet. A lot of mine are at this point are still self trophies because I'm still trying to fight my way out of arcs. So like for every 3 or 4 arcs that I read, I might read, if I'm lucky, 1 or 2 regular reads before I go back to it, just because people have been waiting for me to review their book that sent it to me, and I feel bad pushing them off, but like I can only read so many in a year. And the first year and a half, that's all I did was arcs. And then I started to get burnt out. So that's when I started putting in like personal reads and figuring I have to find a balance where it's fun again so it doesn't feel like a second job. And then this year was just stuff with family and life that all of us sooner or later have to deal with. It just kind of rocked everything. And so that's why I haven't been on social media. It's why I had to kind of pump the brakes and stuff and just kind of reset. So hopefully in 2025, I can find my groove again and start reading, because this year sucked.
Hey, Bo?
Yeah.
I don't care what the answer is, but have you read any of my books?
Nope, not yet. Okay. I have them, though. I will read them.
Read them whenever you want to. I'm not going to hassle anyone. So.
Oh. Hey, in the 3 years I've been part of this, I've had 2 authors that have ever hassled me. Majority authors, at least in my opinion, from what I found, as long as you're honest up front and say, hey, here's my review policy in terms of like, I will accept it, but here's this, or I can do it in this time frame, whatever the case. As long as you communicate that from the start, they're usually cool with it. Whereas for me, I always just say, because I agreed to so many up front that had timelines, I no longer do a timeline. It's like, if you are willing to let me read it when I choose to read it as a mood reader, then I'll accept it. But if not, then I'm not going to, because when I finish like today, I finished 3 books. I don't know what I want to start tomorrow. I might not start another book for a week just to take time off. And so what happens between now and a week from now, what I feel like I'm in the mood for could change 3 or 4 times. Like, it's just, that's the way that, unfortunately, my brain works.
So I was given advice early on that if you send a book out forget about it. It's gone. It's not yours anymore. Just, move on with your life, and they will do what they will do. And you can't, if you hassle them, only end up poorly. So that's kind of my whole thing. Is you send it out, it's gone. Move on with your life.
Book has to think for itself at that point.
Yeah, I think it's fine to check in and be like, hey, how's things going? Like, it depends how you do it. If you've established a relationship with that reviewer and it's more than just about the book, like you've established essentially a bit of a friendship, I think it's fine to check in and say, hey, how's things going? Like, am I following in your thing yet? Like, as long as you're not pushy about it, right. I think it's okay to ask, because you did spend money. Like, and it's different if it's a digital book. I would say yes, Mike. I would agree with you. If you sent a digital, send it and forget it, and see, whatever happens, happens. Right? You're not out any money theoretically. It's a sale you didn't have, and it's just a digital copy. A physical copy, you spent money. I think you have a right to ask questions every now and again, as long as it's done in an appropriate manner, and as long as you're not like getting grumpy with them about it. I think it's fine. I've had it where, like, even when I started reading the book, then the author went from just a kind of occasional checking with me, like pestering me, like almost on an every other day basis of how far I was in. Then when I finished, it was like, so when's your review going to drop? And I intentionally held it back. I didn't post my review for long. I'm like, no, man, like if you're going to do this, fine, then I'm going to sit on this for a bit, because like this was not the agreement from the start. Like that. I know that people argue differently, but in the end of the day, like if you offer a book and they accept it, yes, they should post a review, or they should give you private feedback if they DNF it. But there's never should be like this obligation to do it by this date or this time or whatever, like unless that was communicated from the very start. And if you didn't communicate from the very start, then you just kind of have to let it go and just be, I guess, kind of hope for the best on both sides, in my opinion. But there's been one author where I told to kick rocks. He pestered me too much, and I was like, I'm not going to read the book anymore. I'm sorry. Like I will gladly mail it back to you and be done with you than deal with this, because it was just getting on my nerves. And then the one that like I said, they got super excited to see what I was going to say. And so I sat on the review for a little bit as a way to just get them to hopefully pump the brakes nicely, and just realize like, hey man, because I was like the third person they've done this to, I found out. I'm like, nope, I'm going to move on to something else for a bit. Which is not, I mean, I know it's a jerk thing to do, but it's just, you can only take so much. Like it is a hobby after all, and I'm doing it for, at that point was doing it completely for free for fun. It's even different now that I'm investing and paying for a website that people write in, and have paid to do giveaways and bought copies of books to hand off. Like I'm doing everything I can to give back. So like that should buy a little grace of, hey, I need time to get to the stuff. Like
I'm of the opinion it's never a good idea to rush people. Don't rush your artist. Don't rush your editor. You will just get an inferior product. Don't rush your reviewer, because you'll tick them off, and then Bo will not post for a long time because you're just being obnoxious. And I'm obnoxious normally, so I don't have to try, and I try to avoid that and fail most of the time. Hey. So I'm more of a do it, forget it, move on with life, which is, I'm in my 50s. I forget a lot of things, so it comes natural.
Well, that's why I didn't want stipulations. I wouldn't read it, because when I was doing everything at set times, it started to feel like a job. And so I felt like I was reading it forcefully, and I didn't feel like I was giving the books a fair shot at set times, because sometimes I just wasn't in the mood to read, but I'm like, hey, I got to have them a review by this date. I got to get it done. And then that made it less enjoyable. And I'm sure the feedback I gave was not as good. And that's when I was like, all right, I got to do something different, because this isn't fair to them. And I definitely don't want to hurt anyone's score or do anything, tank anything, because I was in the wrong mood for something. And I've seen that with other people. Like I've had friends that tried to pick up a book. It wasn't for them. They put it on the shelf, picked it back up 6 months later, and then they loved it. And it's like the closest thing I can have to relate to that is like I watched over the last like weekish, like I don't know, 5 days or so, I watched all 6 seasons of the Peaky Blinders over my little vacation break from work. The first time I tried watching that show, I didn't like it. I thought it was boring, and I fell asleep like through the first couple episodes and never tried it again. And then now I picked it back up and I loved it and couldn't stop watching it. So because my intention was to do way more reading over the time away from work than I was planning on Netflixing, but instead I watched a bunch of Netflix. So I guess it is what it is. But so I can understand how that happens with books for people too. Like it just is what it is. But no, your books would be, Mike, right over here, I think. Actually up on this shelf right about here.
Made it on the shelf.
I've been looking, but it's just too small for me to see.
Well, it's that, and because my shelves have the edges on the side, they wrap around, like they cut the inside off a little bit. You can see. I know Joe always looks for his, because his are right here, and his paperbacks used to be right below it until I gave them to my brother. But yeah, I hear all the time authors pixel peeping when they look on a post on social media. Yep, Jonathan's got it showing there.
There we go.
Your wrapping, Mike, for your books and your arcs that you send out is the most unique that I've seen out of all of them. Like everyone, I think a lot of indie authors have really, whether they needed to or not, stepped up their game in terms of presentation, like with the book boxes and stuff that is an added expense that probably isn't necessary, but is obviously neat for the social media part of it. But you having like your maps wrapped into the wrapping paper is awesome. And then I love that people are doing more and more of the wax seals, especially in fantasy, because it's just such a common thing you would see in a fantasy store. To have that on there's neat.
Yep.
But you,
I wonder where they get that done.
You've given away so many books, Mike. Like, whole A. When you announced that the other day a while back, my jaw hit the ground. I couldn't believe how many copies you've handed out.
Over 17,000 freebies, yeah. But most of those are ebooks. I mean, only a couple hundred are actually physical copies.
But still, a couple hundred's a lot for. I mean,
Yeah,
there's a lot of authors that don't do that.
Well, I don't care if I'm profitable. I just don't want to lose my shirt.
Sure.
So, that makes it easier. I mean, I spent over $1,400 on book tour this year for Haley Traveler. So, I would have been profitable this year had I not spent that money. But
was that because you had to send so many books out to the people on the tour?
So half of it was probably for the 2 book tours that I did, and the other half was probably the physical expense of sending the books out.
Sheesh. Would you do it again? Was it beneficial enough to you that you would do it again?
Hopefully the book tour people aren't watching, but I would not do it again because now I have a list of people who've read my first book and liked it, so why would I contract them to do it again? I can just contact these people directly. So, I mean, it's valuable, and I will use it for multiple years, so I don't mind that, it cost me so much this year because now I have 30 reviewers who liked Haley Traveler, and I know I can say, hey, do you want book 2? So, and also I got a list of probably 40 people who said they would review it, and like 28 of them did. So, I'm like, now I know who I'm going to contact for. And, a couple of them gave it 3 stars, so they probably don't want book 2, and that's fine. But, so it's useful that way if you think of it long term. But as far as for this year, I got close to 30 reviews. I spent $1,400. That math doesn't really add up, but.
Yeah, well, and that's why I ask, because I hear people talk about it, and I see it get discussed in the author chat in the Discord every once in a while, right? And I've always been, and sorry to my friends, I have friends that go people that run book tours. I personally think of book tours like snake oil. Like snake oil salesman for fancies. Like I don't believe in that model. Now, obviously it works and people have had good success, but to me, I've never understood why you would pay somebody else to build an art team for you, essentially, that can't necessarily deliver it. And there are some good services out there that are good, so I'm not saying all of them are bad. There are a few that are good out there, but I think a lot of them, there is no, from what I've seen and looked into, there is no criteria to be a reviewer on the tour or to join on. So like the person getting it could join in, grab their free book and disappear, and there's no consequences for them. There's no guarantee that you're getting a quality review because they could be somebody just starting out that's going to write a 1-paragraph review that could be absolutely horrible, or they could write an expose that's just fantastic. You have no idea. And it's so the inconsistency with that, like to me, it just seemed crazy. Whereas like you said, you spent $1,400. You probably could have spent, in all reality, just being a little more proactive in social media, half of that sending out physical copies to people and got the same amount of reviews, because people that tend to get a copy, or at least in the circles of people that I know, are more likely to read it sooner and also review it, because of like, it just seems to be common practice that if somebody sends you a physical copy, that gets bumped above in priority over the ebooks, right? Because they spent money. Like it's the only, it sucks for the author that sent you the ebook. And so I try and find a good balance with that, but it's also in my mind, the fairest thing to do if they're investing in that, to try and make them more of a priority when you're just trying to pick what your next read is, and find that balance. So like for every 2 physical books I read, I'll grab an ebook. And so that way I'm kind of getting everybody in the rotation, but I'm still putting that priority first to the physical ones because they spent money, and that feels like the fair thing for me to do. But it still you still have to be in that magic of, I'm in the mood for this, who offer me something that falls into that.
Yeah.
So, Bo, I will tell you that I try to take advantage of that. So, unless you tell me otherwise, I'm sending you all 4 of my Pertani books.
Yeah, I mean,
If I send you all 4, that's going to bump me up even higher. I know this, so that's why, again, the books from like, I am reading the reviewer. So, I am not a saint here. I cannot go claim to be a victim. So, that's, But I will tell you the one thing about book reviews or book tours that I kind of like, okay, I don't know if this is kosher, but it benefits me, so I'll shut up. Is that they will tell their reviewers you can only post 4 or 5-star reviews, and if you have like 3 stars or less, you have to wait like at least a month or 2 months before you post it. And there's no way I can tell people this, no way I would tell people this, but they're doing it like on my behalf, so it's not me. My hands are clean, sort of.
Sure.
Kind of. I mean, I'm not crazy about it, but I mean, on Amazon, I think Haley Trampler is like 4.8, and I'm like, guys, my book's not that good, but hey, appreciate it.
I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, they're trying to do a service for you. They're trying to highlight the people that enjoyed it. I mean, I'll just say right now, my policy with SFF Insiders is that we don't put a book on the blog. Nobody in the team that writes review, if they won't give it at least 3 stars on Goodreads, it's not going on the blog. If you're going to give it a 2-star, go directly to Goodreads, post it there. I don't want to feature it.
Right.
It's not that they can't write the review. I'm just not going to feature it. And my justification to it is simply this. There's enough negativity in the world. I don't want to be a place that adds to that. I don't want to highlight stuff where we dunk on books. There's places that do that, and that's fine. There's reasons for that, and there's benefit to that to the community. I'm not discrediting that in any shape or form. I just don't want that to be what our brand does. I've told the team to be as honest as they can be. I think it's perfectly fine to give constructive criticisms in their reviews, but if you would rate it 1 or 2 stars, then just don't submit that to the site. Just go straight to Goodreads with it, post it. Otherwise, like when we post it to the site, and then we wait X amount of days before posting our review to Goodreads afterwards. That way the site obviously gets the SEO benefit before it goes anyplace else. That's obviously just the guiding principle behind that is to wait before you put it on anything and then put it everywhere afterwards. But that was just, we asked the team, I'm like, is everyone okay with this? And unanimously, everyone's like, yeah, like I don't want to, we want to be able to be critical when we need to be, but we also don't want that to stand out as much, right? So like if we need to give authors critical feedback, I will generally just not post anything to Goodreads under 3 stars. If I'm going to give it 2 stars, I'm just going to, like if I was reading Isaac's book and I hated it, I would tell Isaac personally, here's what I don't like about it. Here's the reasons why. But I'm not going to go public with it. Like I'm not going to tank your score because just because your book wasn't for me doesn't mean it's a bad book. Right. And I think that's something a lot of people lose sight of. They go to Goodreads or Amazon or Storygraph or wherever, and they want to rant about how they disliked the book, and that's great. Like that's fine. You can do that. You're justified in doing so. But they forget the aspect of how that's going to hurt that book and that author and the amount of time they put into it, and how that just because it wasn't for them doesn't necessarily mean it was a bad book. I think if you can go out and post your review and be critical about it, but also have that in mind where you're not dissuading people from giving it a try, and can kind of end your review with, it might be for you though. So here was the good things about it that you might like. There's a way to do it tactfully.
Yeah.
And I think there's just so many people have lost sight of that because it's just, I don't know, man. People like to be mad these days about everything, and I just didn't want that to be us. And so, thankfully, everybody on the team was behind that idea, and that's the biggest blessing about starting a team and having as large as it is, that for the most part, everyone's kind of on the same page with things. Like we really don't have that many issues internally of like where we debate with each other of not wanting to do something a certain way. Like it's kind of, for the most part, everyone's kind of in the same boat and has the same philosophies of stuff. So we all really jive together as friends, and we got our own private chat, and there's a private section in the server where we can communicate and post about things and do stuff. And, we discuss these types of actions and things of how we should do stuff. And everyone's usually on the same board. Except for Jonathan, because that kid just freaking reads everything like he's the Matrix. I swear he touches the book and it downloads into his brain.
That doesn't usually happen. It's more of a 2-hour effort.
Liar.
I heard the word usually.
Yeah.
There are a few books that took me less than an hour to finish, but that's rare.
Less than an hour. Come on. That's like me saying it took me less than a week.
The Adam Horcombe, a necromancer called Graham. That I was reading that between a bowling tournament, It was like a 1 hour break.
Most people on a 1 hour break are going to go get beer or go get some food. He's like, I'm going to go sit in the corner and knock out another book.
No, I wasn't even sitting in the corner. I was just sitting on one of the benches and just.
It was a bench. It wasn't a corner.
He was proudly sitting there reading.
Reading about the necromancer Gram. Was it Gram the necromancer? Gam.
Gam. Adam Holcomb.
Yep. Good book.
I haven't got to read it, but that looks. It's another one that's on my TBR because Adam is hilarious when I see his posts online. I'm like, that's got to be a good book.
The book itself, the premise is hilarious. You should go read it.
There's another one to look up now.
It looks like quit it. You guys are my TBR can't handle it.
I can only read 5 books a year. This is hurting me.
People being funny on Twitter sold me on several books.
Online where you just put all the names in there, hit spin, and let it select what you read next.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of do that with my Kindle because I got all ebooks, so I just kind of like scroll and like, that's a good cover. I'll read that now because I don't remember why I bought them. I have so many books that I bought. I'm just like, I don't know. That one looks.
I have folders on my Kindle, so like I have my on deck of things that I'm either currently reading or that is high in my priority that I want to fit in as personal reads, and then I have my plan. These are I'm going to read someday. Purchased, might read someday because they were like either a free book or something got on sale that kind of interested me, but I'm not sure. And like I have all my net galleys are in one spot. Anything that was sent to me as an ARC is another folder. I have to organize everything so I know what's what. Otherwise, I lose my mind. Like I used to have a spreadsheet for all the physical copies that were sent to me and my digital copies, so I knew like what I had as mark list. And now I've moved over. And the other day, you might have seen on social media, I did the photo where I got a handheld scanner and I've scanned every book in. And once I get that finished and cleaned up, then I'm going to use that to track what is an ARC request with like a tag, so I can just hit the tag and it'll show me everything I have there. Because I have so many freaking books, I had to figure out where I was at with stuff.
Nice.
So what's your library name?
There is not one. the
poor man
spent too much money. The good thing about it is now I know what I have, and I don't have very many duplicates without the exception of actually purposely buying some because they were either different collector's editions or things like that. I've only have a couple of books where like a friend sent me a book and I bought one already and they didn't know it. So now like all of my good friends will eventually have this link so they can see what's in my library and know if they're going to randomly surprise me with a gift, which happens every once in a while, like what not to buy me because I already have it. But yeah, it was just more of I want to know what I have easily because I can look at my ebooks, but I had no way of looking what I had for physical. So if I'm out and about, it made it harder. And I was going to put it in like a spreadsheet or something. I was like, I don't want to do that. That's too much work. Scanning it seemed easier, except for like half the stuff didn't scan in or half the stuff doesn't have barcodes. So it was like, well, I guess I'm going to manually enter a bunch of them too.
Oof. Oh man. Well, gentlemen, it is 9 minutes to midnight in Eastern time zone, at least.
You're almost to the future.
Almost. So close.
Past midnight in Europe, past +1.
Yeah. Jonathan, that's not as exciting as being 8 minutes to midnight.
I had Josh Walker message me earlier because he's in Australia, so he's already celebrated the New Year. I was like, leave me alone, time traveler.
Are there any authors you guys discovered this year that you like moved to, or a new favorite author, or a new author? Well, I'm trying to figure phrasing. I'm so tired now. But a new author you discovered this year, I guess, that you like.
Werner Vinge for sci-fi, and Peter S. Beagle for fantasy.
So I give him grief all the time, but E.L. Montague, who's put out 2 short story collections, a novel, and a novella, all since April.
He's busy, very busy.
Well, he said he's been writing for 2 decades, and now he's just getting around to publishing this stuff. So he's like, yeah, I can keep this pace up for 7 more years. But yeah, stuff. Like I said, I don't care about androids. All the reasons I love this year is like I'm not into androids, but his book is phenomenal. I'm not into weird westerns, but JR's book is phenomenal. I don't like cozy, but this was fantastic. So, just makes me want to read more indie because, I mean, I read Gam Gam, who has a septuagenarian main character who's a necromancer. Just the stuff you'll get in, you wouldn't find that in traditional, I don't think, because they're chasing what sells. So you're going to get just a wide gamut of everything. I mean, I really liked your Garden Maze, Isaac, even though I couldn't name a character other than Squire and Knight. I don't know what their names are.
Interesting.
I loved Platinum Tinted Darkness. Everything I really loved was indie, and that's why I just keep telling myself I need to read more indie. And then I read 4 traditional books in a row in the past month. So, there's that.
Uniqueness is our strength, I think.
100% for indie. Uniqueness is where that you can. There is no limits. You can do whatever you want. I think there's a ton of covers I discovered this year for books that I would love to read at some point. I can't say that I've discovered them as an author because I haven't read them yet. I mean, for things that I've read, like I said before, Sam Paisley he's an instant buy at this point of anything that he puts out. I'm going to read it. Sebastian de Castell with like the Malevolent Seven. That was the second book I've read by him. Both of them were this year, but that was the one that like really drew me in out of the two. The first one I liked it, but not nearly as much. Then you've got for like the cozy with Julie Leong. I'm not sure how you say her name, with the Tell Her Small Fortunes. Like that book just sucked me in. It was fantastic. Like it was exactly what I needed at the time when I read it. And then a local author to me, S.A. Ernster, her sci-fi book I enjoyed. And I've been trying to read more sci-fi to figure out if I actually like sci-fi, especially since I've bought a ton of sci-fi books, and I'm not sure. Like I like sci-fi TV series normally, so I feel like I like them, but I know I've seen complaints with books of some people saying like the books tend to have too much technical jargon and sometimes they're hard to get into, whereas like I love fantasy, like I always have. Like the idea of the Knights and the Camelot or anything that stuff like instantly sucked me in. So it's easy for classic fantasy stuff like that for me to get hooked. But like cyberpunk and stuff like that, they intrigued me, but I just haven't read enough to say that I like them for sure or not yet. So I keep buying stuff with intent to try it. But hers was good. I mean, it was something and it helps when you get to meet the author local and get to know him. But it was a fun story that had kind of some unique twist to it that I hadn't seen done in other books yet. Oh yes, Altered Carbon, the Netflix series that I hear everyone talk about that I have not watched, but all my friends seem
The
to
book
love
is
it.
good. The book is good, and it's sci-fi.
I mean, there's been tons of new indie authors breaking out this year, so it's hard for me to say discover people because I get to know so many of them before I ever read their books, just because of the community aspect and social media, since I'm normally pretty active on there.
I've been lucky so far, and all the indie authors, if I've read their books, I haven't hated them. So,
that's a good thing.
That's really good.
So, it's, I mean, all the ones I've read, there's one that he just was straight down. I mean, I knew exactly what was going to happen because this was your typical, and I was like, and this is going to happen. And she's going to be befriending these people because she hates them. I like just could tell everything before it happened. And it's just so cookie cutter. But I mean, he sells a ton of books. And I actually interviewed him. He's like, "You read my book? What do you think?" And I'm like, well, there were some really interesting scenes that you wrote,
People love cookie cutters.
I mean,
there's that comfort.
He's selling
that comfort thing.
Yeah, he's selling way more than I am. So who am I? But I mean, that's why I like indies. I like the weird. I like the different. And actually, Ernster, we're going to have her on in January. Talk to her. So I'm looking forward to that. Actually, I really want to read her book.
She's
book.
different. she's not one to pull punches. I'll tell you that much. Like
I've seen her on Twitter.
Yeah, so you see on social media, like you're either gonna like her or you're not gonna like her, and she's okay with that regardless. Like she's kind of cute, Mike. She's not really great at, she's not on social media with the intention to market just to market to people. Like she's gonna do her thing, and that's either gonna draw the audience that she's after or it's not, and she's okay with that. And so we've had fun discussions because she is we share a lot of similar views in a lot of things, and not necessarily all things, but being local to me, getting to talk to her, like, we've had interesting conversations about the community and the different things that we can do offline that it made reading the book that much more fun. Like, kind of like what was said earlier, is when you get to know the author, it becomes where that, if you like their writing, that just adds to that benefit where now you're like, I want to read everything by them because they're already an awesome person and I like this story. So I'm probably going to like stuff that maybe I wouldn't have liked as much before, but now I'm going to be more inclined to like it more because I've got to know them a little bit.
And I believe we're going to interview MT.
Zimney?
Yes, I forgot. I'm getting old and tired. Yes, I believe we're interviewing her in January as well. Our schedule.
MT or Mary, she's. Do any of you guys not read YA? Like, is it a strong preference you won't read it?
No.
I write I write YA, so I read it too.
If you're willing to read YA, give her series, the Epic Cycle, a try. She does a fantastic job at putting in little twists into the book that you don't see coming.
You said the Epic Cycle?
Apex.
Apex.
Yeah, so it's Beta, Delta, Epsilon, I believe is the third one. I should know it because I'm planning to read it soon.
I've read the book. Yep, Beta, Delta, and Epsilon.
Yeah, fantastic. Like, it's set in if you like school settings, it's high schoolers with superpowers essentially, but in kind of a weird, unique way, and it's a lot of fun.
It is New Year for me! Hooray!
Happy New Year to those that it's New Year. It's
Happy
still
New Year
11 o'clock for me.
Yeah, still 11 o'clock for me too.
Well, I did not burst into flames, so I think it's going to be a good year.
I mean, there's no proof you haven't yet. Your feet could be on fire and we wouldn't know.
I guess that is true.
Isaac, you and I are now in the future. Not as far in the future as Jonathan, but we're in the future.
Yeah. So Jonathan. So if anything goes wrong, it'll happen to Jonathan first, and then it'll hit us. We'll have 5 hours to prepare.
Well, if you guys could figure out the lottery numbers and let me and Chris know, we'd be appreciative.
Yeah.
See what I can do.
Then I could retire and read everyone's books.
Yeah.
No, your TBR would grow exponentially then, and you would never catch up.
I don't know if I'll ever catch up. That's okay though. It's not a bad problem to have.
Yeah.
Especially with the current state of TV, it's much easier to find a good book to watch than a good TV show.
Yeah, I know. Way back when we asked what everybody watched on TV, and the only show that I watch is the Great British Baking Show. It's the only thing that I know I will watch every season of. Other than that, hit or miss. I watch some live sports, but not a lot, and that's about it.
Yeah, I watch a handful of shows throughout the year, and then there's a couple of shows that I'll watch with my wife, and that's the quality. I guess quality time together is a shared show that we like. Because she watches a lot of stuff that I just have zero desire to watch, so that's usually when I'll grab the dog and I'll go read. And she's fine with that because then I'm out of her hair and not annoying her, so it works out.
Well,
she thinks my fantasy stuff is silly.
Gentlemen, I'm going to call it because I still have to repair the fence so I can let my dog out again. So I'm going to do it now that it's a 2025 job.
Yes, start the year off with a bang, fixing a fence.
That's the morning problem.
That's true.
Well, if I leave it to then I have another problem inside the house I'd have to take care of. So.
Yeah, that's true.
So, anyway, gentlemen, thank you. I did not really think this was going to go for 4 hours, but I didn't know what else I was going to do tonight productive. So, hey, I'm glad we were here.
Didn't feel like 4 hours. Felt like 3 hours.
As he creaks the back.
It's only felt like 2 hours.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you. Time to wave awkwardly. And
thanks for having me.
Here.